Wolfgang, my name, born and raised in the south part of Germany, in Bavaria, where the cows are more beautiful than the women. That's why I married a Czech girl. I moved to Switzerland in the year 2006 for a very particular reason, because the tax situation in Germany was and still is not really good. And I developed this company, I founded this company, I wanted to go global with this company, and I realized if I want to do it without the help of the bank, I need to save money. So let's go to a country where you pay lower taxes, because you can keep that money and reinvest it in the company, and that's what I did. And that was more or less why I ended up in Switzerland in the first place. But of course, Switzerland is also a very beautiful country. It looks almost the same like where I was born and raised, in the Alps. And it's actually, my home now in Switzerland is only 2.5 hours away by car from my Bavarian home. So it's very close, you know. You know how it is in Europe. You can drive through 10 countries in one day. That's not a joke. If you are interested, I'll let you know the route for that. So if you want to make 10 countries in Europe in one day, I know how to do it. Without breaking the rules. So you don't need to be a Formula 1 car driver, you can do it just, you know. It's possible. My journey, why I'm here today and why I'm doing this since almost 30 years is, they mentioned it, I got diagnosed with a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma at the tender age of 26 years old. I was into sports, and obviously not a nice message at that age. And I went through the whole classical medical practice, 2 surgeries, 1 full stage of chemotherapy. I lost 40 kilos within that 6 months. I was not the same person than before. And comparing to many others sharing the same story that I have, I'm not alone with this. We have millions and millions of people suffering from more or less the same thing nowadays and today. But I was always a guy who was questioning things, and a guy who wants to know what's going on whenever something happened to me. And so it was with this cancer. Instead of just try to forget about it, I went into that. I started investigating what is this cancer all about. Why did I get it? Which is unanswered till today. I don't know, frankly speaking. But at least, I wanted to know more about it. And most importantly, I also wanted to find ideas and tools how I could become proactive to create a situation that this cancer doesn't appear anymore. Because the biggest fear of every cancer patient is, whenever you went through the whole thing, that it will not come back again, And I'm 57 today, so it's 30 years ago when I had my diagnosis and my treatments. The cancer didn't come back, but the fear is still there. And it's easier for me now to speak about all that. But believe me, whenever I feel some pains and aches, or I'm in a mood which I cannot track to any cause, this fear is coming back, which is a normal reaction of human beings, because we have this huge brain and we constantly think about things. But I can handle it nowadays. But just to share with you, it will probably accompany me till the end of my last breath. Because once you have it, it's just always there. Maybe it's also a good thing, because you maybe become a little bit more alerted. And in combination with collecting good information, collecting a great amount of education, it's easier for you to make the right decisions. And I think a lot of people suffering from chronic diseases nowadays, they suffer from it, not because they want to suffer, but because they lack of education. And they lack of the consequences what they do when they do something. At all ends. Diet. People just eat, you know, the wrong thing constantly on a daily basis. They drink the wrong thing. I know that water is in alcohol, but you can also skip the alcohol and get the water out, you know. And, you know, if you constantly do things wrong with your body, you will deserve a chronic disease, and you will earn it. You're going to earn it. A chronic disease has to be earned. You don't get it overnight. You know, and most people earn it when they do the wrong thing on a daily basis. And turning this around, if you do things right on a constant basis, you know, you are gifted with health. And I think this must be the approach of all of us, because our life has has an end, you know. It's not infinitely going. And 50 years ago, it was 65 to 70. Now we're increasing the life expectancy. Doesn't mean that these people are more healthy. We just find more ideas how to extend the time frame until the last breath. But like I said, a lot of people, they suffer the last 20, 30 years of their life having heavily chronic diseases, and just maintain these diseases without having any fun and purpose in life. And to me, this is unacceptable. You know, and I hope to you too. And I think so, because otherwise you would not be here and invest your Holy Sunday to listen to that guy from Bavaria. Yeah. So I really appreciate that you came today, and I think we have a lot to share today. I hope I can give you some new ideas about how to stay healthy, how to stay healthy and become happily old with this. I don't like aging, frankly speaking. Everybody always says, "Wow, you are so experienced." I said, "Yeah, but no, I love life, and with every year you become older, you know it's gonna be closer to the end." This is what it is. That's the truth, you know. And I'm pretty conscious about that, and that's why together with Veronica, we try to make the best out of every day, you know, to just invest every minute in something good, whether it's the business, whether it's the private life, whether it's how we're going to deal with each other, how we're going to talk to each other, whether how I talk to you guys, to our representatives, to our clients all over the world, you know. I think we need to appreciate every minute, because we have to leave this planet, you know. And the last shirt has no pocket. You know, never forget this. So with this in mind, let's get into PEMF, because when I got diagnosed, I discovered this technology because of my chemotherapy. I started suffering from insomnia. And it was at that time when the first PEMF units appeared on the market. And at that time, scientists found out that PEMF works pretty good for people who are suffering from sleep problems. So when you expose them through an applicator with this kind of electromagnetic radiation, they started sleeping better, which is a blessing for a lot of people, because sleep is important for our body, because that's the time of the day or the night where we regenerate, when our entire organism is on reset mode, you know, recharging everything, balancing all the systems and stuff like that, you know, giving the cells some peace and freedom to collect themselves again, and so on and so on. So sleep is more or less the number one foundation of a healthy lifestyle. And I bought a system at that time, and it kicked in for me. It took a while. I remember it was 4 to 6 weeks or something like that, but I started sleeping better. And then, of course, I felt during the days when I was awake that my energy came back, because I got back into this rhythm. You know, the night was for rest, the morning, you know, after a good sleep, you get up, you have a lot of energy again, you feel that your body is functioning on all levels. And of course it was a process, it went slowly, but I felt it, you know. And when you ever were so low on energy level, like I was after my cancer treatments, because I can clearly share with you, I had days during that time where I didn't want to stay alive anymore, because I just didn't feel my body anymore. It made no sense. For what? You know? And then when you slowly get back this energy, and when you slowly feel that your body is capable of doing miracles by itself, just by giving it the right kick, the right language, the right message, the right energy. This is what I experienced, and that was a very profound experience for me. I can tell you. And based on that, I got really intrigued about this PEMF thing. I started to ask questions. I started doing research, which was a pain in the ass at that time because Google was not invented. Yeah. You had to read books. You had to go to lectures. You had to go to conventions, to fairs, to wherever, you know, but, you know, that's me. You know, I was just driven by this idea that this is cool stuff and this is what people who suffer from cancer should have in their hands. That was at that time my idea because it helped me, you know, and nothing beats a personal experience. Nothing, you know, no study in the world, even if it's placebo-controlled, double-blind, whatsoever, beats a personal experience. And then, you know, I made a decision to go away from sports. I realized that it's too boring for me and too one-sided. I don't know, it was just not sexy enough for spending another 40, 50 years in my life, you know. And I went into that business. And I started selling the devices for the company at that time I bought it from, which I stopped very quickly because it was not professionally done. The system looked pretty shady. It costed a lot of money. So I thought I could do that better. I thought so. And then I realized, oh, I'm not an engineer. And this looks like complicated. But you know how it is when you're on a mission, you find the right people. Because you go for that, you know? It's like if you walk like this through the city, it takes only 20 minutes and 10 people will follow you like this. You know? But if you follow you like this and you're open to everything, you attract people. They ask questions, you know? And this is how I ended up. At the beginning I always thought incidentally, but it was not an incident because I was on this mission. I was seeking for the people to help me to get this going. And I found them. I found an engineer. By the way, the engineering team from that time, 26 years ago, is still working with me. Wow. And and it's still doing the upgrades and the updates and the ideas, you know. And then I found the manufacturing company for the electronics 26 years ago. And you know what? They are still working with us. And then I found the company doing the applicators, which is a combination of you will not believe it, of extremely skilled women from Hong Kong because they're suing these applicators. And this is a very special technology to do that. You need skills, you know. And they, you know what? They're still doing it for us. It's the same person, you know. So the entire core team I started this business with 26 years ago is still with us. And I could never imagine that something like this happens, you know. But that's a cool record, and I'm very proud of this. And it makes life easier when you come out with something new, because you always talk to people who understand your language already. And after this long period of time, we have our own country offices. We have 2 offices in Asia, one in Singapore, one in Hong Kong. We have one in Oakville in Canada, taking care also of you guys. We have one in Florida, taking care of the US market. and we have 2 in Europe, 1 in Switzerland and 1 in Germany. And I don't know what's coming next. We will see, you know, but we have a lot of work, and obviously the business changed a lot. And I don't want to go too deep into detail because there is so much going on, but that there is still this topic on this slide, which is called PEMF. PEMF is a shortcut for pulsed electromagnetic fields. And the IMRS prime, which we have, which a lot of people have in possession now, it's the 10th generation of our systems, which I developed together with my team. And of course, more to come in the future. There is, you know, there is a lot of, yeah, let's say it in different words. PEMF is evolving together with us. And I never realized that the first 10, 15 years. That's why I always use the same lecture. Because, as you know, electromagnetic energy, as it is, doesn't change. The Schumann resonance is the Schumann resonance. The electromagnetic field of frequency of the Earth magnetic field is 11.75 to 11.78 Hertz, and it didn't change. So I always thought, because all these numbers don't change, the modality per se doesn't change, but it's not true. A lot changed. You know, and what changed the most is we have a lot of competition in the market claiming that they have PEMF units, which in fact they don't. And I thought I'm gonna change my lecture because nowadays when I speak to you guys, you have a much better understanding already about PEMF than maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And if not, no worries, because you will learn not only how PEMF works, but you will also learn, and this becomes more and more important, why does it work? And what properties a PEMF device has to deliver, or has to be delivered to you in order to make or to perform what it has to perform. And I think this is the next level I would like to dive into together with you with these lectures. And that's why I turned this from German, putting the cart before the horse. So you know, today I'm not starting with this history about PEMF. I'm starting about what PEMF actually does to your body. And you know how people are programmed. Always the same question. I have this or this condition. Does PEMF help for this? I have arthritis. Is PEMF good for this? I have cancer. Can I use PEMF? I have this and that. I have pain. I have this and that. You know? And of course, when people ask these questions, they expect a yes, right? Which is, by the way, illegal, because we learned in the modern world and in the controlled compliance world that whenever you have a modality or a device and you have to design this device or this modality for a purpose, for a defined purpose, you know. So as I don't know, there is a medical device which is targeted to, for example, to keep your heart running, pacemaker. So there is a pacemaker has a very, very clear intent of use. And nobody would ever ask, does this pacemaker also help me with my pain? Because we know that a pacemaker is defined to take over the function to pump the blood through our heart. Because the heart is not capable of doing it itself anymore. But when it comes to PEMF, PEMF seems to be the miracle and helps for everything. Right? It's a problem. It's a huge problem when it comes to compliance. Because there is no authority in the world who would ever certify a medical device for all kinds of conditions. Does it make sense to you? right? So here we have a problem. According to the law, we have a medical device, because a PMF device is considered to be a medical device. On the other hand, the next step is, well, if you have a medical device and you would like to legalize a medical device, the next question the authority tells you, what's the intent of use? You tell me. I'm sure we have 20 people here in the audience. They use PMF for 20 different conditions. Probably 19 of them have great results. Maybe one not yet, or maybe not to that extent what she or he expected. I just assume, okay? So now we have 19 conditions. Yes. You have 19 conditions and you have one device. So, problem. I cannot certify our PMF device to make it in a correct way to satisfy the authorities, because they always ask for an intent of use. If I put in the intent of use, it helps for all the diseases in the world. You know, they sent me to, I don't know where.
Siberia.
Yeah, yes. They sent me to Siberia to shovel the snow, right? So that's a huge problem. And that happens with many, many modalities and devices out of energy medicine. Because when you deal and heal with energy, then you have a totally different approach. You're not seeking to approach the condition. You seek to approach the holistic functionality of an organism in order to help this organism to help itself. This is not in any regulation of authorities. It's not defined there. And this is a huge problem. And this is not solved until today, frankly speaking. You know, I just told to Katie and Paul today, I'm always so honest to everybody, I'm sometimes even too honest. Because sometimes I paid the price already for being too honest. But that's me, because we have nothing to hide. You know, and I'm sharing this with you because maybe some of you know, but I want to really get it to the surface of your thoughts. What's going to happen nowadays? That this is a brilliant technology, PMF, because it does something what no medication can deliver. That does something what no other medical device like a pacemaker can deliver. Because it creates a holistic effect on the whole body. And this is so powerful that I always say, PMF doesn't care what you suffer from in terms of a defined disease, in terms of a condition by name. You know, it just tries to increase energy inside your body wherever possible, and miraculously, the body starts dealing with it and changing its functionality towards health. And this is what PMF does. It was from the beginning, and it is still the same today. And I need you to get that, and I want you to understand this. Despite the fact that everybody's always jumping on you, I have this disease, does it help, does it help? You know? Well, actually, this is what PMF does. PMF charges your cells. That sounds so stupid and so dumb and so simple that this guy is totally crazy. How can it charge your cell? Even the term "charge your cell," you know, every medical university student would already call the police. This guy is completely nuts. Yeah? By the way, these students, they don't do this because they don't like me or any other person talking about this. It's because they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the background to evaluate whether this information is correct or not. This is the real reason, you know? Ask your cardiologist why there is no heart cancer in the world. Did you ever do that? Why is there no heart cancer in the world? Do we have a cardiologist here? Of course not. Or he or she is hiding. Well, why there? What would be your answer?
Because the heart chakra is one of the highest frequency, right, in our body.
Okay, that was 2 words: heart chakra and frequency. Okay, I leave it like that. I will explain to you.
Because it has the highest density of mitochondria.
It has the highest intensity of mitochondria. That was a good answer, by the way. Well, let's keep it simple. Because the heart is the only organ in our entire system which creates its own energy.
Wow. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it looks like that energy could have a positive effect on our bodies. Because otherwise the heart would not use this concept. Right? Our heart is the most important organ because it needs to pump blood constantly through our systems in order to keep our system alive, keeps it going, and so on and so on. So what you said about the mitochondria, it's true. I would not say that it has the highest amount of mitochondria, but it gets, and now listen, the highest amount of energy out of the mitochondria. And biologically, it is fact that a human or even an animal cell or even a plant cell, any cell in the world, can never ever turn into something malignant when it works properly, when it maintains its functions properly. And in order to do that, you need a certain amount of energy. And when this amount of energy is not there anymore, then the system goes south. Because then you turn into a situation where the cell says, oh, I'm so bored, I don't know what to do, I cannot do my function anymore. I'm going to do something different. I decide what I'm going to do. I go in a different direction, you know? And this is when cancer may occur. Because the cancer, who self-employs itself, you know, gets out of the control system and does whatever it wants on its own. And then we can slip into this malignant situation, that we have a growth of cellular level without any control anymore. And an uncontrolled cell growth we know as cancer. So from an energetic perspective, a human being can only develop a disease when the energy inside our organism reaches a critical threshold. As long as this threshold is not there, we're working perfectly. You know? And if we look at a human cell is completely researched when it comes to what's going on biochemically. You know, you can read books, the biochemistry of cells, the biochemistry of cellular metabolism. This is completely researched, you know, tons and tons of studies and books. But what is not so well understood is the energetic situation on a cellular level. And it's quite simple to explain, because in inside and outside and around our cells, we have these little fellows here, these little bubbles. We call them ions. I-O-N. And those ions, they float around here. And interestingly, whenever they are exposed to a magnetic impulse, they start to move. And when ions move, they create an electric potential. We know this phenomenon from our smartphone, whenever we charge our lithium-ion battery. Because we expose the lithium-ion battery with an electromagnetic field, which kicks the butts of these little fellows. They start moving, and they create an electric potential. And because they are floating in this nice traced element, lithium, the lithium takes care of that the energy stays inside that environment, the battery. So while the ion's moving, they create that electric potential, which gives the current to run your smartphone. After a while, this energy is gone because the smartphone sucks it out of the battery, and then you have to recharge it again. And this is more or less, explained in layman terms, what's happening with your metabolism energetically. So, did you get that until now? So whenever we are exposed to an electromagnetic field, our organism, those ions, they are pretty happy because they're going to float around, you know, and they create this friction and they create this electric potential, and that literally blows up the cellular structure. And a cell blowed up like this with a membrane potential of, let's say, theoretically 100%, which probably never happens, but theoretically 100%, it cannot do wrong. It cannot go wrong, because this 100% membrane potential cell can perfectly let all the minerals, nutrients, and oxygen into the cellular structure. So everything what we eat, what we drink, what we breathe during our day, you know, and inside these cells, thanks for that comment, are these fellows. Those are the mitochondria. And they are sitting here inside. And they take all these minerals, the nutrients, the oxygen, and they turn it into energy, which is known as ATP. It has nothing to do with the tennis association. It is adenosine triphosphate. That's the stuff, that's the energy which drives us. The more ATP we are able to produce, the more performance we can ask from our organism. The more ATP we produce, the better our immune system is. So ATP is the fuel which runs our organism. Got it? Makes sense? Good. And you can, by the way, you can support to keep your membrane potential high by exercising. Because believe it or not, if you move over the Earth magnetic field, which is, by the way, quite static, it's not pulsating. But when you move over a static field, then you change the static into an impulse. And that's why the people who move a lot, they have a better running metabolism. Because the ions become more happy. You know, and they start moving, they start exchanging, going inside, outside, and they create this membrane potential. And this can be supported by PEMF, because you expose a pulsed electromagnetic field to your entire organism by lying on one of these whole body mats. And what actually happens, all of your 70 trillion cells, they got exposed to that fields. Why all of these? Because electromagnetic fields go through entire materia. They don't care if there is a wall, if there is a jacket, if there is underwear, if there is a pants, if there is a shirt. They just go through. And we can prove this because you can measure that. So this is not woohoo. It's physics. That's why you don't have to undress when you use the whole body mat. I mean, you can, but you don't have to. It's not necessary because it goes through entire materia. So, and now every single of the 70 trillion cells, they are exposed now by this PEMF. So you increase the membrane potential. You make sure that your entire organism increases the production and output of ATP. And this is what PEMF does. And now I could stop my lecture and send you home because now you know everything. Really, I mean it, really. Now this is what PEMF does. Not more, not less. So, and now these questions. Does it help for arthritis? Well, what is arthritis? Arthritis is a degenerative chronic disease. It's mainly accompanied by pain sensations. So, does it help? Of course it helps. Because, you know, wherever you have cells in your body which are not properly working, in the meaning of where the cell membrane potential is already diminished, and you apply a pulsed electromagnetic field, it will increase the membrane potential, so it will optimize the functionality of this particular cell or cell region or even a wider area, and tries to get the cells back to 100%. Sometimes it's from 50 to 70, sometimes it's from 60 to 80. Who knows? I don't know it. But it doesn't matter, because what we do is we have a holistic effect which is completely not looking into your disease. It just looks into the possibility wherever there needs some repair, that the membrane potential becomes higher, becomes better, with the goal, with the aim to produce more ATP. You know, and that's it. And I can tell you, we know now from energy medicine that a healthy average human cell, you can measure that, it's measurable, has a membrane potential inside the cell. By the way, a cell is always negatively loaded inside and positively loaded outside. So you always have an iron deficiency inside and the iron overload outside. That's just how it is. That's how just nature made us. And that creates that potential. But the measured membrane potential of a healthy human cell is about minus 75 millivolt. That's a value, that's measurable. The average membrane potential of an elite athlete is about minus 100 millivolt, which makes sense because they move a lot, they exercise a lot. So they already trained their body to increase the basic membrane potential because their demand of ATP is much higher, right? So the average voltage of a cancer cell is equal or minus 35 millivolt. So from an energetic perspective, when a human cell reaches a critical threshold, a diminished membrane potential, which is equal or below minus 35 millivolt, it may go south. Does it make sense? And we're not talking about the biochemical processes here. That's just the energetic processes, where still today not so many people talk about. My opinion is energy beats chemistry. And there is no chemistry without energy. Because without having a membrane potential, none of these chemical processes would ever exist. And that's why my opinion is, over the last 30 years, what I learned is that energy is more fundamental and more crucial than chemistry, because energy drives chemistry. Does it make sense? And this is why PEMF is so powerful, because it's a fundamental, holistic, regulative application which, if properly designed and if properly used, can do incredible things to your body without being certified for a specific disease. And now you understand why there is no intent of use. Right? Because the system is not designed for arthritis, for cancer. You know, the system is designed to shift energy inside your body from less to more, which then in return the body gives you more ATP as a result out of it and helps itself to deal with all the problems. So this is what PEMF delivers. And now comes the big if. If the applied properties, what a PEMF field contains of, are delivered properly. Because, and this is what a lot of people don't know, a PEMF field contains of a lot of single things which have to be aligned in a perfect way together in order to deliver efficiency. And this is now what we take a look into, because then you are also able to evaluate, and if you look at the PEMF system, if this system does what it promises or not. You understand what I mean? Okay. The art of misrepresenting something extremely complex and effective in a very trivial way. This is what happens right now with PEMF in public. You know, we have about, I count, 80, 90 different PEMF systems. At least they say it's PEMF. Actually, half of them have already nothing to do with PEMF because they don't even deliver a pulsed electromagnetic field. But because the shortcut PEMF is pretty trendy right now and is pretty good on Google, you know, some companies out of the energy medicine field, they try to somehow get their system into a PEMF thing. Did you ever about Healy? This little device for 4,000 whatsoever? This is just a piece of crap. You know, I looked inside, $8. 8 Canadian. It's €5. That's the material value of a Healy. There's nothing inside. You know, and they created a huge marketing out of this on a global scale. And they even talk about PEMF. You know, this Healy thing has nothing to do with PEMF. It doesn't even expose a pulsed electromagnetic field. You know? And of course your question may be, why are they still on the market? Because nobody from the authorities go after them. That's the reason. That's the one and only reason. You know? And if I go after them, that's going to be a lawsuit for 100 years. Like Budweiser, we just came up with this. There's a little village in Czech Republic, Budweis. And there is a lawsuit, and they have a very good beer. It's called Budweiser. And we know Anheuser-Busch, it's Budweiser. And there's a lawsuit going on since more than 100 years, what most people don't know, which is still not solved. Who has the brand rights of Budweiser between this little village and Anheuser-Busch? And it just came to my mind because Veronica, remember we researched that 2 days ago and we found it out that the lawsuit is still unsolved.
Yeah.
And this is going to happen if I go after them. And I have no time to go after the competition because I have to deal with all the issues and challenges on a daily basis, what we have to do, right? But it's insane what's going on right now in the PEMF market. There are companies out, I found systems, I show you some of them later, they cost between $2,500 to $3,000, even $4,000. I can give you a link where you can buy exactly the same device in China for $150. Exactly the same. Huh? And this is unbelievable. And people, because they lack of education, they believe in this stuff. It's only because of lack of education, nothing else. If you would know which questions you should ask to these manufacturers in regards to the properties which should be delivered to make a PEMF system a true, that's what I call them now, a true PEMF system, then you would expose them in 5 minutes. Which I did. I did it with 10 of them, and I didn't get one answer. I'm sorry, we cannot disclose this to you because it's company property. You know, if a PEMF company is not capable of disclosing what they emit, don't buy it, because that's a scam. That's as simple as it is. You know, from that 100 systems, I tell you from the bottom of my heart, 80 systems, they deliver dirty electricity to your body. Because they don't even have a signal generator built in. So they take the current from the wall, they hack it in 10 pieces, which, by the way, physically makes 6 hertz. Because here is 60 hertz coming out. If you divide 60 hertz in 10 pieces, you suddenly have a frequency of 6 hertz. If you make it a little bit more precise, you suddenly have a frequency of 7.83 hertz, and then they claim they have the Schumann resonance, coming from a dirty electricity source. So you get Schumann resonance, completely dirty, and it will not do anything good to you. It will hurt you. And because nobody cares, these companies exist. And I want to make you aware of this, because this is now the only way we can educate people and make them aware. And that not only happens in PEMF, in the whole energy medicine world, this happens. You know, there are also the other modalities, bioresonance, where you only heal with frequencies. The problem is you cannot even measure that. The cool thing about PEMF, it's a measurable physical force. You can measure it. You have a Tesla meter, you have an oscilloscope. You know, if you put an oscilloscope in front of an applicator exposing bioresonance, 0, you will see nothing. You better believe in it. You know, which is good, because placebo effect is more powerful than you know, but I would not always rely on it. It always helps to let something to you with a good intention. Right? But it doesn't help if you only rely on this. And there is not even a button which you can turn on. Then you will not have the same results comparing to really to have proven scientific properties which are measurable, which are verifiable, and so on and so on. And this is what's going to happening right now. I have a perfect little example for you. Do you know this phrase? Electromagnetic energy is the fundamental energy upon which all living organisms depend. I think we all saw them more or less somewhere on the internet. Very famous. It's a quote from Dr. Werner Heisenberg, a German physicist who worked a lot with electromagnetic energy, and he was a Nobel laureate, you know. About 7 or 8 years ago, I met his son. He's a professor at the Technical University in Munich. And I said, can you please answer me a question? Because even us, can you imagine, on our previous website, we use this quote. Because it fits perfectly to what we want to present to the people, right? Because it's very powerful. So I asked him, I said, did your father ever say this? I said, that's a big joke, he never ever said this. This was a quote which somebody invented out of context during a speech Mr. Heisenberg probably did in front of an audience, where he probably said something which was related to that, but he never said this. He never ever said this. And, you know, rule number 2, the internet doesn't forget anything. Once it's on, it's on. And suddenly, a quote which was never ever quoted by this very famous and very, very honorable person ends up in the internet and gets misused. He never said this. Period. You know? And this is happening all the time right now. A lot of people, a lot of companies, they just copy paste. You know, to make a new website with AI, AI doesn't know if Heisenberg said this, because AI will not ask his son. But if AI finds this quote on the internet, oh, that sounds good, that fits perfectly to this website, let's take it over. And bang, here you are. You know, that's the downside of AI. Because AI can only rely on existing information, and AI does not determine whether this information is verified or not. So that's a huge problem. And that's why, you know, there's so many second-hand, I call it second-hand quotation. Because you just take it from somewhere without checking whether it's verified, whether it's true, and whether are you even allowed to use it? That's the next thing, right? And so that happens, suddenly you have 50, 60 manufacturers of such PMF devices, and you read more or less the same content, even if the systems are completely different. Huh? And believe me, that's what's happening. And you need education to determine what's right and what's wrong. So the so-called unverified acceptance of information, in fact, especially in online communication, is nowadays an established and unquestioned reality. That's happening on a daily basis. Do you agree with me? Does it make sense that this is happening? Right? So here we are. We have the established behavior of sharing and altering information by copy and paste. In addition, with a personal touch, made PMF what it represents nowadays in societies. Because what people do they not only copy and paste, then they put their personal flavor on top of it. Huh? But our Schumann resonances are much better because of whatsoever. Right? And then we end up with a still controversial, questionable topic among science, because science is not stupid. They look at all this and they say, something is going wrong here. Because there are so many controversy publications, phrases out of PMF. This cannot be something really verifiable. You know, it's not. You know, and for people like you and me, it's still a complex, confusing, and misrepresented physical phenomenon. And I can tell you that PMF is nothing else than 100% applied physics. And here's the problem. If physics would be so easy, and if physics would be understood by everybody easily, we would have no problem. You know? Even me, after 30 years, if I would have to explain to you now the law of induction, which is one of the most fundamental laws which we use in PMF, I'm not able to explain it to you properly. I'm very honest. Because it's so complex, and I'm not sure if you remember physics, when we went out of the classroom with all these question marks around us, and you know, head down said, I will never learn this, I will never understand this. This makes it so dangerous because on one hand, PMF is 100% science. On the other hand, it is quite not understood by people like you and me because it's so complex. And because of that fact, it is very easy to deceive people and to mislead them with incoherent information. Just put the marketing pitch out with facts. People don't understand it anyway. You know, how can you prove if the Schumann resonance is coming out of that unit or not? Right? Nobody can prove that. Well, when you manufacture a PMF device and you have to certify it, you know, as a medical device, then you have to prove it, because otherwise we won't get a certificate. Because then you do have all the measurings, the tests and everything. You know, all these clinical evaluation. We have a clinical evaluation about the IMRS prime of about 210 pages. Cost me a fortune. Without that, nobody reads that. But you have to have it. You know? And you have to have it in a way that's nothing wrong what's inside. Because at a certain time, somebody will read it. You know? And if you didn't do it properly, they say, oh, this is wrong. You get your certificate. You get your license off, you know? And that's what I'm talking about. You have to understand that. You know? And you are allowed to ask questions. If a PMF manufacturer comes to you and wants to sell a system to you, ask questions. And when we're done here today, you know exactly what questions to ask. And if they cannot answer these questions, thank you for flying Coconut Airlines. Okay? So, my thought was, if we create and perform an objective and verifiable comparison of physical, mechanical, and electronic properties which define a PMF device, then we have it. Huh? Also, value price, very important. There are PEMF systems on the market, they cost 5,000, they are worth 5. There are systems out, they cost 2,000, they are worth 300. There are systems out, they cost 60,000, high intensity PMF devices, they cost 500. Just from the material what they use and from the ingredients. You know, mostly building garages. You know, highly dangerous because they expose such a high field intensity and so on and so on. So that's the way to do it. So what do we have to look at? That's the first thing, waveform. Now let's go into physics. I'm gonna stress you a little bit today, sorry. But it's time now to do that. So, those are waveforms which are known and described in physics. So they are not invented or patented by companies. They are just there, you know, because they are used and, like I said, they are researched and they are documented in general physics. You learn about them in school. It's because that's what they are and that's how they used. They used sine waves, for example, for delivering the current, and so on and so on. They use, for example, sawtooth waveforms in music, because sawtooth waveforms create tremendous amount of harmonics. So this waveform is widely used in music, for symphonies, for orchestras, for designing rooms. They make measurings where they get most of the sawtooth vibrations out, because the sawtooth not only produces even but also uneven harmonics, which makes it the waveform with the most exposed frequencies at a time, comparing to a sine wave, which can only deliver one frequency at a time. And then you have the square wave, which is a engineered sine wave. We just make the flanks a little bit, the rise is a little bit sharper and the falls, and the peaks a little bit longer, you know? And by the way, in order to create such a waveform, which we also have to do when we expose a PMF field, you have to have a built-in signal generator or pulse generator. If you don't have this built in a PMF system, the PMF system automatically delivers dirty electricity. So ask a PMF manufacturer, do you have a built-in pulse generator? And if they say, of course we have, well, then send me the tech sheet of what this signal generator produces. Oh, I'm sorry, we cannot do this. This is private property. Thank you for flying Coconut Airlines. You know, they try to scam. You know, they try to deceive you. we are Swiss Bionic since the beginning. We always published everything what we do. You know, because people always say, you can't do this, there are all these copycats. I always say, good luck. Because to copy a triple sawtooth, that's a pain in the ass, I tell you. You know, it takes you years. You know, and you probably still don't make it. And if you make it, you still didn't get all the other properties which are necessary. And by the way, you cannot patent one of these classical physical waveforms because they are public property. And that's why, cool, some of the PMF companies, they create artificial signals which have nothing to do with that. They patent it, and then they go to the market and say, we are the only one with this specific, super cool waveform. Okay, but there is no science and no physics behind. You know, it's just to stand out comparing to others by having something patented. A patent doesn't tell anything about efficiency. It's only to protect a property. And patents are misused in medicine a lot. Huh? Did you know that aspirin is a natural ingredient which grows in a tree? Ascorbic acid. And you know how it became so popular when Bayer, the German company, made a pain relief out of it? They changed one molecule and patented it. Because if you change one molecule, it's not 100% identical anymore, and then you can patent it. And that's what they did. And that's what's done on a daily basis in pharmaceutics. You know, you take something from nature, you amend it a little bit, and then you patent it. So, the waveform is crucial. We will learn what it means. And those are actually the properties which I displayed here for you. Those are the ones we have to take a really close look, because they define if the membrane potential becomes increased or not. So let's look on the market. We took a look at all the PMF companies. 98% of these companies, they give you a sine wave, because they have no signal generator built in. This is, even systems in the 80s were using this. This is the most ancient and most boring and most ineffective signal you could apply when it comes to a holistic PMF device. But from a manufacturing perspective and from an engineering perspective, it's very cheap to produce this. The downside of sine wave is not that it creates something bad, but it has a huge problem. It can only deliver one frequency at a time. And now think about this. You have 70 trillion cells, which we know nowadays that not every cell vibrates with the same frequency. So in order to create a resonating effect with each of the frequency of your 70 trillion cells, you have to make sure that you apply a lot of single frequencies in the same time, because otherwise it's not effective. The sine wave can only do one frequency at a time. So you can do I do the math. I tell you that if you use a sine wave on the left side with a whole body applicator, where Katie is lying on it, and Paul, I put you for example, on an IMRS prime with a triple sawtooth whole body applicator, this waveform. I put Paul for 8 minutes on our system. I would have to put Katie for about 2 years on the sine wave system to get the same amount of frequencies in her body comparing to Paul. This is more or less what it is. Because when this is what we do with the whole body applicator, we apply a triple sawtooth, which creates hundreds and thousands of harmonic frequencies on its carrier frequency. You know? Then you have a symphony of single frequencies. exposed to you in the same time comparing to a sine wave in the same time. Does it make sense? And this is a huge difference.
How do you know that like this wave is the best, like that there are no other waves that can also be...
Because no other wave is described in physics.
So this is the best wave?
This is what we know nowadays. It's the most sophisticated waveform in terms of the output of different frequencies at the same time. I would never say this is the best of all. We just don't know anything better till today. Don't get me wrong. Science is always as clever and as dumb as now. Right? Let's look what we know about all the vaccines in 10 years. When science is a little step further. Right? So science is always now. And that's why I say always as clever and as dumb. Because tomorrow it can change. Right? So, and because we didn't find anything better, we use this. Period. You know? And it's a tough cookie to use this because you need really good engineering. You know? To really precisely deliver. But the good news for you, when you lie in one of our systems, you will not get any dirty electricity. And if I ever again get an email from a client, or even from a rep, which I received last week again, that I measured your system and there is dirty electricity coming out of that, my answer was, if you say this ever again, I'm going to sue you. Because it's just BS. You know, people tend to say this. I don't know which gadgets they have to measure that. You know, in order to measure dirty electricity, you have to have good equipment, which you guys and me don't have at home. And we know that we don't deliver a dirty electricity because we have a built-in pulse generator. We're going to define the signals exactly as they should come out. Okay? And we have also this square wave here. Only 1% of our PEMF devices give this option. We give this option additionally to the sawtooth with our local applicators, with the PET, the spot, because there's quite good research out that this signal, because of its very, very sharp rise, its long plateau and its very, very, very short fall time, has a very good analgesic effect. Because it triggers the output of endorphins. Yeah, and endorphins are good for pain relief. And that's why we use this signal for our local applicators, which you mostly use when you have some pain, or whenever you want to improve healing, wound healing or bone healing. This is the perfect waveform to do that, because it's just working very well. And we have more or less no science in regards to square wave and whole body exposure. And to me it makes sense, because comparing to the sawtooth, the square wave produces only the even harmonics, but not the uneven. And that's again physics. If you go on Wikipedia, square wave, it will tell you exactly what I told you now. It's physics. So we are lacking of all the uneven frequencies, which may make a difference when it comes to catch all of our 70 trillion cells, which we still don't know if we catch all of them. But our idea is, the higher the amount of frequencies we exposed, the higher the probability that we catch the most of them. So actually, PEMF with our whole body, with a triple sawtooth, it's also based on probability. And not because we know everything. Right? So, 98% of all systems use a sine wave. 1% and 1% use square wave or sawtooth. I know one system, one of our competitors, It was in the 20 years ago, it was QRS, and now it's called pulse wave. Maybe you heard about that. they just changed the design, but the system is actually still 1998. Pulse wave, you can Google it, you will find it. And then you Google QRS 101 and you will figure out that's exactly the same system. The only difference is the QRS 101 was already manufactured 1998 and it was in Europe, and somebody in North America bought the rest of the units they produced, they put a different design on it, and now they sell it as pulse wave for $5,000. And the pulse wave is the only system which produces a sawtooth, but not a triple sawtooth. So only 1/3 of all the frequencies comparing to our system. But at least a sawtooth, heads off, that's a good system, because this system contains at least of a pulse generator. By the way, you can always recognize PEMF systems when they have a very small control unit. You know, like a handheld or whatsoever. There is never ever a pulse generator built in. Because it requires some space, and the pulse generator creates a lot of heat. Because it transforms a digital signal into an analog signal. And that's why there is a lot of energy consumption, and with this energy consumption there is a lot of heat production. And that's why, for example, you can see our Omnium DA converter. It has a lot of holes because the DA converter inside produces heat. You know, and also the IMRS Prime has a connector box. And this connector box is made of aluminum, which is great for heat dissipation. And that's why you won't feel it so much. But the connector box also becomes quite warm. Because in our connector box is not only one DA converter, we have two. Because we have a left side and the right side of the system. We have actually two completely independently running PEMF systems in one. With the same performance. Yeah, nobody has this, you know. That's why it becomes very warm. So that's the story about the waveform. And here you can see, I found this is pretty cool, how a signal generator is gonna work. So this is a basic signal here, and this is how a signal generator transforms a sine wave into a sawtooth. So you see these, you have a sine wave, and now it will be compromised, and a lot of single frequencies will be light on top, and a square wave, a sawtooth starts evolving. You know, this chop, what you see here, this transformation, this is done by a signal generator. And like I said, if you take the current from the wall, and you don't have this intelligence built in your system, you just transfer the dirty electricity. Because you cannot define the signal. You can only alter the signal and cut it. That's what a lot of these companies do. Like I said, they cut the frequency into pieces. But it doesn't make the frequency better in terms of its content. And this is what a signal generator does, or is capable of doing. Got it? Thank you. Next, intensity, field intensity. We are all driven by the fact, and this is probably wrong education, that a lot helps a lot. Especially the man here. I always experience that when they call me and say, when can I go on 400? Huh? Because it must be, you know, for us it's to achieve that we have to be exposed to higher intensity, because we believe that this is more helpful, that we heal faster, that we get faster results. Well, I can tell you that's totally the wrong approach, because in energy medicine, it's not about the intensity. It's always less is more, and consistency beats intensity. So, not going always on 400 maybe 2 times per week, intensity-wise. Better do intensity 25 on a daily basis, maybe even 2 times per day, but consistently. You know, it doesn't help you to raise your vitamin C level if you eat 2 kilos of vitamin C 1 times per month. Huh? Right? Or even, I give you another example, which is pretty cool. Brushing your teeth. How many minutes? 2-3 minutes? Usually? Yeah? Yeah. 2-3 minutes. Usually 2 to 3 times per day. If we are really on top of it. Let's say 2 times. 2 times 2 minutes, 4 minutes. 7 days per week. 7 times 4 minutes, 28 minutes per week. We invest on average brushing our teeth. Some a little bit more, some a little bit less. And now we have these intelligent people, they say, Saturday morning between 9 and 10 I have nothing to do. So I'm gonna change my routine. I'm gonna brush my teeth every Saturday consistently for 28 minutes. We know that the results will be quite different, right? Even if we invest exactly the same amount of time in exactly the same amount of time frame. And it's all about consistency. If you tell your wife, I love you, only 1 time per month, even if you shout it on her, you know, it's not the correct approach. To tell it every day to her in a very nice and lovely way, that's the approach. Okay? And if you want to utilize energy medicine for your benefit, for your health benefit, consistency beats energy. Just be consistent, and you don't have to raise the bar all the time in terms of intensity. And we know there are high intensity systems on the market, but those systems are designed for a very special purpose comparing to our systems. There is a technology, maybe you heard about it, RTMS, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. This is a technology very powerful. It's a handheld device which is used in a clinical environment, very skilled people, and they apply it on the brain with extremely high intensities. We talk about intensities 100,000 times stronger than what we apply. For people mainly suffering from depression, with amazing results. And they use the high intensity when they apply it to literally create a reset in your brain, a reset, and it works quite good, you know, but you have to be very careful because the intensity is so high that it also creates a lot of thermal energy, and that's why it can only be used by skilled people, you know, and in a controlled environment because it's dangerous. And if I tell you now, believe it or not, there are high intensity systems out which you can buy on the internet, online, for $20,000, which emit exactly the same intensity than an RTMS device. Something is wrong here. But that's reality. There are systems out you can buy with those kind of intensities. And this is out of responsibility, my opinion. And this has nothing to do in your household. Because it's designed for a very specific approach. So, the perfect intensity range, and we know it from science. We have a lot of basic science on that. We just need to look where it is. That cell expresses a cell-preserving gene at about 7 to 8 microtesla, rather than stronger fields like the Earth magnetic field, which is about 70 to 80 microtesla. So, in other words, if intensities are too high and our entire body is exposed to them, they don't do so good things for us. On the contrary, if they are intensity-wise within the range of the natural electromagnetic intensity values, then they do good for us. So it makes total sense to implement that research into a PMF device for home use. And that's why our systems, they work within a range between 0.5 and about 100 microtesla. Very simple. Right? Frequency. 80% of people always mix up frequency and intensity. I figured it out because people always said, how high is the frequency? I said, what do you mean, how high is the frequency? Yeah, how strong is the field? The strength of the field is not defined by frequency. You know, by hertz. The strength of the field is designed by, let's go back, oops, what's the wrong direction, sorry. The strength of the field is defined by Tesla, or who said it? Gauss. Gauss is the old value. They changed it to Tesla. Okay, for you to write down, 1 Gauss equals 100 microtesla. So whenever you jump over Gauss, over a value, just remember 1 Gauss equals 100 microtesla. So the average good value intensity of a magnetic field is between 0.1 and 1 Gauss, and not higher. A lot of PMF manufacturers, they advertise, we have the higher intensities. We are so high in intensity. Well, that doesn't say any good. Be careful, because intensity is not a crucial parameter. It shouldn't be too high if exposed to the whole body. It's a different story when we talk about punctual therapeutic approach, RTMS, where we only trigger a very specific part, a very specific spot. Then we may work with this. But if we use it in a whole body mat for a holistic approach, less is more, consistency beats intensity. So, and frequency, not to mix it up anymore, I tell you an analogy and then you will never mix it up anymore. Okay? When you look for your favorite radio station, what do you do first? You tune it. You look for the frequency, 91.4, 98.6, 99 point whatever. So, once you found it, what do you do next? You adjust the volume. Intensity. So, what happens with the frequency when you turn up the volume? It stays the same. So, frequency is the content of the information. And volume is the intensity of the content of the information. Does it make sense? Okay, again, frequency is the radio station. Volume is how you would like to get exposed to that frequency. A little bit more noisy or a little bit more calm, so you adjust that. By the way, it's not every day the same. Sometimes in the morning you need a little bit of relaxed music. Sometimes a little bit of AC/DC is doing the job. Because we are not always reacting the same. And this is also how we experience energy medicine. There is no super protocol. Because actually it more or less depends always on what we did yesterday, what we drink yesterday, what was in our mind yesterday, how we felt, and so on and so on. And that's why it's always better to put consistency prior to intensity. Because sometimes a high intensity can do no good things to you. Not that it creates a side effect or it harms you. It just leaves you with not a good feeling. Because you activate things which you don't want to activate at that moment. And that's why keep it gentle, you know. Too 2 minutes per day, 2 times, 7 days. You know, no matter if you eat a little bit more or you less, your teeth will always be clean. Right? So this is the way how to approach energy medicine. So the body responds best to its own cell frequencies. It makes total sense. You can only understand and respond to something what you already know. Wenn ich jetzt Deutsch spreche, dann ist vorbei. Schluss mit lustig. Dann versteht mich keiner mehr. You see what I did? I didn't change the volume, but I changed the frequency. And suddenly, because I spoke German to you. And maybe, do we have somebody speaking German, understanding German? So, did I speak German? Did you get something? I spoke German. I promise you, I did. But of course you have to check out, because most of you don't understand German. And then you can suddenly not resonate with me anymore. This is the same, you know. If you want a PEMF system to deliver frequencies which you are capable of resonating with, they have to be within a certain window. And if they are not, forget it, scam. You know, and let's have a look. What kind of natural frequencies we have around us? I mentioned already the Schumann resonances. To look where we're at. Okay, we're still good. The Schumann resonance is 7.83 Hertz. Where does it come from? Well, it's quite simple. Little picture. That's our Mother Earth. That's me and you. We are standing on our planet, on the surface. And we are surrounded by a lot of frequencies. You know, right now, everybody's exposing frequencies. Everybody is receiving frequencies. We have 5,000 TV channels in this room right now. We just cannot see them because we don't have an organ. But if we would have a little gadget which could capture them and put it on a screen, we would see, I don't know, Sportsnet, TSN, whatsoever. And make it visible. But we cannot. So all these informations are around us. You know, and if we look a little bit back before electricity was invented, and we speak about a time frame of about 120 years ago, which is quite nothing in terms of the history of our planet. Imagine 120 years ago and before, there was no artificial frequencies around us. It was only the natural ones. The carrier frequency from the Earth magnetic field, which is nowadays scientifically calculated, 11.75 to 11.7 Hertz. Very low frequency and quite stable. And remember that number, not in particular, but at least remember the 11. 11.75 to 11.78 Hertz. Then we have the Schumann resonance. By the way, the Schumann resonance is the so-called carrier frequency of the ionosphere. And the ionosphere is the space between the surface of our planet and the exit to the stratospheres. Everything beyond that blue line here. This is where the astronauts go, where there is no gravity anymore, no oxygen, no light, almost no light. This is actually an environment we cannot thrive and survive anymore because we are not designed for that. Right? But the space between here and here, this is the ionosphere, and interestingly and surprisingly, there is a frequency flying around, and this frequency is very stable. And the guy Schumann, this was at a time when the Germans were still on top of the world. Yeah, I'm not so proud to say this, but it's what's happening. A German physicist, and he figured that out. That there is a frequency, very stable, 7.83 Hertz. You know? And one of the main causes of this frequency is the so-called spherics. Maybe you heard about the spherics. The weather, the lightning strikes. Everything was going on when we look up, you know, and have these these heavy thunderstorms and stuff like that. They create energy. And the cool thing is, this energy is quite stable. So it seems like that our entire system, not talking about the system we established on this planet. We talk about everything around our planet until probably the furthest away galaxy is a quite well-functioning ecosystem with very, very precise information content. And one of them is the Schumann resonance. And it's quite stable. And interestingly, because now we know it, you can Google that. The Schumann resonances are observed 24/7. There are a lot of laboratories in the world, they do that. You know, and they also figured out that there are fluctuations. You know, and whenever there are fluctuations, for example, we have a weather phenomenon in Switzerland, we call it Föhn. It's when these extremely high temperatures suddenly hit, even in the winter, you know, for maybe just a couple hours, you know, and then people get headaches. There's another German word, wetterfühlig. I translate it, I feel the weather. You know, those are people, when the weather is changing dramatically, they get headaches. And I'm sure you have this here too. Those are the fluctuations in the Schumann resonances. Because suddenly we are exposed to frequencies where some people have a challenge to deal with it. And they create symptoms out of that. Not everybody is exposed to it, but a lot of people have this problem, you know. And whenever the frequency system in our ecosystem, whenever the frequencies are not aligned anymore and have tiny discrepancies, then it already creates an impact on our organism. So, now let's speak about PEMF. If you would like your PEMF to align with the natural frequencies, which are good for us, and which we react positively, well, you better build it in. Right? And you better expose them. And that's why, you know, the carrier frequencies of the Earth magnetic field, 11.75 to 11.7 Hertz, plus the Schumann resonance, 7.83 Hertz, plus also what makes sense, we have another biomarkers which we know that they should work, they should be put in the PEMF system because they also occur in your body, is the so-called brain waves. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. Interestingly, if you look at the ranges, they are more roughly between 0.5 and 30 Hertz. You still have some gamma frequencies sometimes, but very rarely. They go a little bit higher in frequency, but more or less the range is between 0.5 and 30 Hertz. So this looks like to be the range a PEMF system should expose frequency-wise in order to create a positive effect. And obviously not all the artificial frequencies which we are surrounded by, which starts already with the current coming out of the wall, which is 60 Hertz. It's already above the biological window. Not speaking about smartphones, between 800 and in the meantime 1.6 gigahertz, 800 megahertz. You know what 1 megahertz means? A lot. 1 megahertz is 1 million hertz. It's 1 million cycles per second. And this is far out of a natural range. So those are the frequencies, they don't do good for us. If you suffer from pain because you fell on your butt, you can sit on your smartphone because you will be exposed to a pulsed electromagnetic field, but it will not be pain relieving because the exposed frequency and intensity range doesn't match your biological window, and therefore it doesn't help you. Make sense?
Yeah.
Good. And it even harms you. If you have your smartphone on your ear for a long time, your ear becomes warm because the thermal energy produced by the high frequency warms up your tissue. if this is an ongoing thing, you will develop a brain cancer. It's just a question of time. Because at a certain stage you will damage your brain tissue to an extent where the membrane potential of your cell cannot be put up to a level where it's healthy again. Okay? And then we have the mechanical property. I allowed myself to do some surgeries on PEMF systems, which I love to do, just to cut them off, you know. The only thing what I don't like, I always know I have to buy them. And sometimes I know I have to spend now $5,000 for a device which costs $50 in manufacturing, but you know, you have to do it in order to figure it out. There are two concepts in PEMF systems, how you can transport the signal from the sender to the receiver, respectively from the applicator to the human body. And you can do this in a cheap way, in an ineffective way, or you can do this properly, which costs a lot of money, but which gives you a pure signal with a very high induction rate, physically, amazingly pure, and you will benefit from it. And by the way, this is a so-called mesh wire coil. The only advantage of a mesh wire coil is that you can bend it. And there are companies, they make advertising, we can roll our applicator. That's actually a beamer coil. Which a lot of people jump on that because they say, oh, that's cool, you know, I can take it wherever I want. Yes, you can, but in terms of efficiency and in terms of physical effects of a PEMF signal onto your organism, this is not the way to do it. Because those kind of systems, those are insulated mesh wire coils, not only, they don't even contain of solid metal. They have these little metal threads here, which are twisted together, which never ever create the same induction properties comparing to a solid uninsulated copper coil. Even from looking at that, without knowing the physical law of induction, that looks a little bit more trustworthy, right? So, and this is what we are using in our system. It's expensive. It's pure copper. And it became more expensive before now and during and after COVID. But copper has the best abilities to run current with the least resistance. So you have a very, very high capability of utilizing the energy what you run through these wires. And if they are uninsulated, and if they wind together like this, they create a lot of surface for good induction property. And induction is nothing else than transmitting the information from the sender to the receiver with a lot of power. That's induction, you know? And that's crucial when you lie on a whole body mat, that you get that energy into your body, you know? And here, not even close to the efficiency comparing to this mechanical concept. We are now working on new coil ideas. I had the idea, let's do aluminum. And then the engineer said, but aluminum doesn't have or has worse values when it comes to efficiency. So it has a higher resistancy than copper. But my answer was, well, let's do more windings. Let's increase the surface. The big advantage of aluminum is that it's lighter. So it's much lighter, so the applicators become lighter, but by increasing the surface, we might divide the energy a little bit more, distribute the energy a little bit more over the surface, which probably makes all these spots in between where there is lower energy disappearing. So we're making now trials on that, and now I already ended up with an aluminum coil with a copper coating, and we are pretty close. So this is the next evolution of applicator technology to implement that. So and mainly because they are so much lighter. And of course, we don't want to lose the performance, so we have to work a little bit more on that to get it done. But it looks very promising. So and here, this picture on the right side, this is how a sine wave looks from a cheap PEMF manufacturer, when they only cut the dirty electricity in pieces. And what you see here, all these flares here, this is the dirty electricity you get delivered. This is how our signal looks when it goes through a signal to a signal generator. That's a huge difference, because that's a pure signal. That's English, German, Chinese. That's all kind of disturbances here, which are delivered with a non-cleared signal designed by a pulse generator or frequency generator. And this is definitely not what we want to expose to our bodies if we want to benefit from a PEMF signal. And if no precise pulse generation is present, the applied signal is dirty and may even harm the user. We know we have a lot of people, they suffer from EMS, electromagnetic sensitivity syndrome. If they are getting exposed to such a system, they're going nuts.
So you're taking the sine wave and converting it into a sawtooth. That's your pulse generator? First we change it from here to here, and then you do have a regulator.
Of course. We regulate it, and then we shape it.
All right.
Okay.
So there's no point in having an external regulator to plug your device in.
No.
All right. Okay.
No.
Good.
So some of you guys know already this video. I just want to quickly show it to you, because to me it's always impressive to see that, because that explains resonance. So now we have all these nice properties, but we have to make sure that once you apply them, that they are understood by the receiver, by our organism. So we learned today the signal has to be within a certain frequency spectrum, it has to be within a certain intensity spectrum, it has to be delivered with a certain hardware configuration, coils, right? And what then happens in our body when this when we met all these conditions? This is pretty much nicely explained with this video. This is how this is in a laboratory in Japan. It was done in 2012. Do you know what a metronome is? The musicians use it to stay in the pace, when they do music. So here you're going to see now 32 metronomes, and they are randomly activated by two people just with a finger. So they vibrate with their own frequency depending on when they were just activated. And what's funny is to watch is that all of these 31 metronomes, over time, they go in resonance with the first one, which was touched for the first time. And the idea is, the first one is the PEMF device, and the 31 others are your cells. And if you, with this in mind, and if you look at the video, you're gonna figure out what happens when you lie on such a system. Let's have a look.
Are you saying it doesn't work with 20 or 40?
No, it works with
How many?
with hundreds. So this is the PMF device, because it was the first one, and now they randomly start all the other ones. Okay. It looks pretty chaotic, right? So now you would never ever think that they resonate with each other over time, but they will. Some of them at a very early stage. Usually the ones were already close to the sender, whereas others need a little bit longer. Now you lie on the system, and this one exposes this frequency, and all your cells are listening to it, you know, and you literally force all these cells to resonate with this frequency, to go align with you. And it's getting more and more and more. What's also interesting is, observe the surface here. It starts vibrating itself. This is the so-called bridge effect. When 100 soldiers with the same frequency go over a bridge, the bridge may collapse if the soldiers meet the frequency of the bridge. Huh? Yeah. We call that the art of multiplying power. Huh? And now you see, almost every cell is already in sync. And of course, there's always this one guy. This is the guy who asked for the studies of PEMF. I want to see the study before I don't believe it, you know? So yeah, you know, whether you show this guy the study or not, you actually don't have to, because it just takes a little longer, you know? And he eventually will change his mind, which he does. And then, you know, you also convinced this fellow on the right side to align with all the others. And you can see there's pretty much force going on, right? So the more cells in your body align to each other, they even create additional force. You know, this is energy that's created, which improves and increases your membrane potential. And now my question is, what happens if I stop the PEMF device? What happens with the others? They will not stop. They will just stay with this frequency. Another cool thing about the PEMF therapy is, even if you only do 8 minutes on a whole body mat, your body will take over the therapy and deal with it for 4 to 6 hours.
What happens if the table doesn't move?
It will probably, it will take longer. Energy, if you're not hydrated well. If you're not hydrated well, the whole system will be more, you know, and then it takes longer until the resonating effect takes place. That's why it's so important to create a good fluid environment inside your body in order to make everything vibrating in a nice way. Huh? So hydration is very important as well. And then the last thing is what we call coherence. This is the art of mastering a PEMF device, because now it comes to the time where you put all these properties together in a way so that when they have to function together as one, that they deliver the best result. And this is something, this is probably only manageable and doable with experience. And this is what's happening right now in our company when we discuss how we can improve PEMF devices. We showed you two functionalities already, what we believe is the future of PEMF. And those are the so-called fast start programs. Because after collecting so many feedback and so many experience from users over the last almost 30 years, we feel comfortable now to create protocols with all that wisdom in one application. And as you figured out, the newest firmware update was equipped with cell training, which is a new FASTA program, and with longevity. And those FASTA programs, they contain of quite complex patterns, which we just believe that this will improve and optimize PEMF applications. So we are actually trying to go away from this disease-oriented protocol approach, iGuide, and going towards more into that FASTA program. Because, for example, the longevity protocol, it's quite long, you figured it out, 52 minutes. But it contains a lot of good stuff. There's, for example, it's the whole solfeggio 9 scale is built in. You know, which are all these ancient frequencies, including 528 Hertz for DNA repair and stuff like that. So you will get this with a single application. In addition to far infrared, which is also implemented now. So the idea is to make the applications more comprehensive, and so that the user doesn't have to think about what my problem is. We just try to give more information to the body in a very gentle and in a very organized way, because we collect so much of the experience already. And that makes PEMF systems more efficient, but in the same time easier to use. You know, and that's the approach what we will see more and more in the future. I'm working now on a new system, which will more or less then be the beginner system. We stay with the IMRS Prime as the flagship, but we will position a new system below, which is also price-wise more challenging for our competitors, which will, of course, contain of all our signature things. We will not go away from the coil quality. We will not go away from the waveforms and frequencies, but we will make it more, how to say, easier to use. Because we feel we need to be a little bit careful and also address design more towards the people who are using our system, especially the elderly, the people who are not so firm with computers, that they feel comfortable to use such a system in the comfort of their home. So that's coming probably by beginning of next year. So if all the properties of a PEMF device cannot be objectively verified, the system is considered a pretense of false facts and therefore junk. That's how simple it is. And then even $500 are too much. You know? And this is the deal about PEMF devices nowadays. And this is what's floating around in the market. 98 or 90% of all PEMF manufacturers do not disclose their technical specifications. That's just not right. You know, if you claim that you have this and that, well, disclose it. Show it in your owner's manual. You know, answer emails properly. You know, I get emails every week. What is the frequency of your signal? Well, I'm gonna send them what we have in our technical specifications. And I never get an answer back because it's so complex that people say, oh, okay. Yeah. It's like, send me a study. Okay, I send you a study. Well, 90% of the people cannot even read a study. And you can even 8 minutes lie on a study. It will not change your pain. You know? So we analyzed 10 different competitor products. None of them had a built-in frequency generators. All of them are using cheap mesh wire coils. All of them are emitting dirty electricity. All of them are a potential safety risk for the user. None of them is disclosing any reasonable specifications. All of them fail to demonstrate safety and efficiency. there are probably 4 or 5 systems which I would put my body on it, but not more. That's what it is. That's my personal view. So not all are bad. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not going after all our competitors. There are some systems which are quite okay. You know, which we can at least compare to what we do. But most of these devices, they're not even comparable because they don't deliver anything. This is one of my favorites, all these crystal mats. Maybe you saw them in the internet. Healthy Wave and you name them, you know. I can give you a link. This one is quite cheap. Well, they look how they price it. From $17.99, that was in Europe, to $9.99. This is it's just crap. There's nothing inside. They don't even have a device to control them. And they have these glued-on gemstones, which they claim it's far infrared, which is total BS. Gemstones have nothing to do with far infrared. Gemstones may, when you expose them to heat, somehow expose some far infrared radiation within the same wavelength, but they don't do that actively. As you know, we have an active far infrared system built in our hybrid system, which, by the way, is run by carbon fiber. Because carbon fiber has exactly the window of wavelengths which we want to use, between 3 and 14 microns. And it's quite safe, and it's a quite cool way to transmit far infrared waves. But they also claim the 7.83 hertz. It's a joke, sorry. Yeah, because there's no pulse generator built in. So the next one, also this one. Pro Multi-Wave 5 Therapy Far Infrared PEMF mat. $2,495. You see that little handheld here, that device? You can see already there's no pulse generator built in, you know? And they call it advanced PEMF technology. Yeah. Words are patient, you know? And yeah, this I actually found on Alibaba. This Healthy Wave. It's a very established company in North America. You know, you can buy this in China directly from the manufacturer for $180. I give you the link. If you want to lie on it, at least don't spend so much money. So, understanding true PEMF requires ongoing education as well as an attentive and clear mind. All information must be verifiably scrutinized and evaluated. Never take anything for granted anymore. Not only applying to PEMF, if somebody tells you something, ask questions. You know, everything legal and everything true can be verified. And PEMF is nothing else than 100% applied science. And science is indeed complex, but it is verifiable. And even if you don't understand physics, I hope I could give you a little bit of an insight now what to look at when you lie on one of these systems and how to figure out whether this is good for you or not good for you. And for all our reps, it may help you to identify all these cheap copycats and systems on the market which either not deliver anything good or even harm the people around us, which is, in my opinion, it's not acceptable. So let's have a break now, and thank you for your attention.
I'll start. There's actually 4 people here today that are at the 6G level with Swiss Bionic. Myself, Tatiana, Kathy, and Paul. I've been 6G since March 2018, and is it worth the effort to get to 60? Yeah, most definitely. You're not only making more money, but your network has grown to such a big extent that you are coming in contact with more and more amazing people. And yeah, it's not work to me anymore. It becomes more and more fun, right? So we're just kind of going to blast through a few slides here that I was trying to think, what could I do to kind of condense my 6 years into a few digestible concepts that you guys could take away and use yourselves immediately, right? And then I'm going to show you why you should be doing the Swiss Bionic business yourself if you're not already doing so, okay? So the first thing is investing in yourself. That's probably one of the most important things, because when you invest in yourself, you actually become more attractive and you become like a magnet yourself, right? So reading books. So this is, anybody who doesn't have this PEMF book, that's probably the #1 book to get, the Brian Myers book. Watching videos, attending events like this that you're doing today. Next one, be a problem solver, not a product pusher. You're not selling, you're helping. So that's a key thing, is that if you're focused on making the money, it's not gonna come. You gotta actually focus on helping the individuals and meet them where they're at and take them from there, right? And then you're gonna get the results from that. Develop a really, really good team. Never go at it alone, because once you have a team that works with you, you'll get even more success. Take action. And you don't have to get it totally right before you start. That's the key thing, right? And just be in the process of doing it, right? You don't have to plan, because too much planning gets you nowhere. You just got to get going. That's the thing. Take one step forward and then the next step, and just keep going. Your belief system. So that's super, super important to me, is what I believe in. My mindset dictates where I'll end up, right? #1 thing to believe in is in yourself. So never ever quit. Keep moving forward. That's a key thing, right? I prioritize my self-care. So when you function optimally, your life reflects this back to you, right? So there's so many therapists and doctors who just go, and they don't look after themselves. But what I found is that when you actually look after yourself, you eat healthy, you surround yourself with good people, like the people we're surrounding ourselves with today at this event. That helps you to gain success even faster. Some final takeaway points here. Expand before you're ready. So a lot of people here today are interested in doing the PEMF business, but you don't have a PEMF system yet. You're here learning, you're expanding before you're ready. That's a key thing. Stay curious and alert. Opportunity passes you every day. Have focus, yet be flexible and stay open. Learn how to flow like water. That's a key thing that is important for me. If your chain, so-called chain in your gears within your multidimensional system has rust on it, sort out that rust, get rid of the rust, and then you'll function better. Be committed and go all in, not part way. Don't be a flip-flopper. Okay, so what I mean by that is there's people that they'll start a business for 3 months, and because they don't get results, they stop it and go to something else. They keep moving on. What I found is once you go all in and you make the effort, you get success. Human connection in person is powerful, so don't just use social media. And those of you who know me, I don't use social media. I'm an in-person entrepreneur. Deliver knock your socks off service, go above and beyond, giving 110% effort, and don't be so serious, chill out and have fun. Your life is a blank canvas, so splash as much color on it that you can. It's never too late to create a masterpiece. Where's Wolfgang go? Oh yeah, next one, the business part. So we got one other quick thing we got to get into here. So I'm going to share with you, this is super important, why you should be doing the PEMF business with Swiss Bionic Solutions if you're not already doing so.
In a minute.
Right now.
Maybe 2 minutes if it goes on like this and then things open. Wait.
Perfect. So what I call this is the science of making money. It's a matter of choice. So why should this be of interest to you and those around you? So on one side, we have the individuals who are employees, self-employed, and business owners. We're just going to keep them simplified on one column. The other side, we have the Swiss Bionic Solutions business builders. Okay? One side is single source income, other side multiple source income. One side is trading time for your money, other side creating time and money. Alone, team. Income capped, unlimited income. Glass ceiling. So if you don't know what a glass ceiling is, that's where individuals are prevented from getting to the higher levels up by an invisible barrier. That's there preventing them from getting to the higher levels. Swiss Bionic, no glass ceiling. Limited territory on the left side, right side, unlimited territory. Left side, competition, right side, cooperation. No mentoring, unlimited mentoring. Your network is never utilized. Swiss Bionic, your network, unlimited potential. No residual income. Swiss Bionic side, reproductive residual income. Bottom line thinking, so it's focused mainly on profit. Other side, Swiss Bionic, partnership thinking, because when you build a team, your team is what pushes you forward and you have success. Left side, there's the boss in the office. The right side, there's the owner, you, and you're anywhere around the world. Their time is not flexible, your time flexible. High cost overhead, Swiss Bionic, low cost overhead. No personal growth, unlimited personal growth. Fear-based, fun-based. Associates, friends. Life out of balance, live in balance. And then just in general, on the left side is focused all about security. On the right side, freedom. So I'll just end on a quote here from Jim Rohn, who a lot of us know. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems, wish for more skills. Don't wish for less challenges, wish for more wisdom. And that's it. So we'll bring up Tatiana.
Hello everyone, I'm Tatiana. It's very nice to see and thank all of you guys for this event. I have been really fortunate to be a part of Swiss Bionic family for the last 4 years, or actually even more. I want to start first by sharing my gratitude to Mr. Wolfgang over there and his wife Veronica. For his continuous support to our Vancouver.
Can you put this on your thing here? So they forgot to give that to you, so it's got to go on your clip.
Okay. So, this is a mic. Okay. Yeah, so big appreciation to Mr. Wolfgang and his wife for all the support to our Vancouver PEMF team. It means a lot to us, and always a pleasure to see you guys here in our city, beautiful city, Vancouver. PEMF has been truly a blessing to me and to my family, and it brings a great joy and soul satisfaction being a part of this movement to bring this amazing holistic energy device to everyone in our community. A few years ago, when I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia after a major car accident, my life turned upside down. I was living in severe chronic pain, and frequently I would get muscle spasms, nerve twitches, sleepless nights, and the days where I could barely function properly. It was not an easy time of my life, and to manage pain became very difficult. Even to do basic daily chores was hard. I was a single mom at the time and very scared of how I'm gonna manage my life and be there for my daughter with my full vitality. I felt anxious and often depressed, not knowing how long it would take to feel normal again. Long story short, I tried different kinds of modalities and therapies that did help to some extent, but not enough to allow me to live a normal life again. Luckily, my paths crossed with Dale, who was offering me PEMF therapy, and that day after my first session with PEMF, I had a first pain-free good night's sleep in a very long time. To be honest, I had no time to be skeptic. I was too desperate for the healing, so I just listened to my body, did some research, and went with my intuition and invested into my own PEMF device. I'm saying this humbly now. Yes, I'm at 6G today, and this achievement does feel great. And this journey has been full of fun, adventures, and with some interesting challenges along the way. But most importantly, it empowered me to help others in pain, to be independent and become financially stable while doing something meaningful and something that I truly love. My fibromyalgia was gone within 3 months of using Swiss Bionic PEMF system. But I wanted to share the healing, pay it forward, and empower others to do the same. And I did it by working with like-minded individuals that chose not to live on the mercy of the painkillers or antibiotics, but rather take control of their health and well-being through alternative solutions. We were a small team when we started a few years ago. I had no experience treating clients. So I tried to be like a sponge and learned as much as I could from all the sources, including my mentor, Dale Cabalco, who helped me a lot with training and mentoring through the transition period into becoming a PEMF professional. Thanks, Dale. Also, I would like to say thank you to my closest team of PEMF colleagues and friends who contributed to my success with Swiss Bionic. At the first PEMF event that I attended, Wolfgang said, "Education is everything." So I always try to keep myself educated through studying and researching about PEMF modality. We expanded by introducing PEMF through workshops in senior homes, spas, and wellness centers. We also introduced PEMF to medical professionals like acupuncturists, RMTs, and chiropractors, and other energy healers that saw a great opportunity and synergy of integrating PEMF into their own practices. Also, not just locally, me and my partner were able to expand our PEMF business to Costa Rica and USA with our team members. Referrals through word of mouth and our happy clients supported my growth in every step of the way. I always tried my best to put my energy and care into the well-being of my clients by focusing on their needs and educating them throughout their recovery process. Getting great feedbacks and testimonials from my family, friends, and clients throughout the years motivated me, empowered me, and brought confidence to me in doing what I do today. Swiss Bionic made it so easy for us by giving us not one, but 3 separate websites and a back office with all the information, resources, and marketing materials. So all new reps could start their PMF journey smoothly and with minimal efforts. So you're all set and ready to go. Not only that, we have been quite fortunate to have such an incredible and fair compensation plan with Swiss Bionic that allowed me to be my own boss, to have a better work-life balance. It gave me the flexibility to spend more time with my family, my friends, my relatives, but most importantly, more time for myself. Even when we go on vacation, we always bring our PMF system with us. And effortlessly, we connect with people that are in need for deeper healing, that are seeking holistic alternative solutions. To me, PMF is not just a medical device that heals, but it is truly an adventure of a lifetime. You never know where it can take you and who you may meet along the way. From my very first system that I bought as an investment into my personal health, to now having an expanded team of hard-working PMF colleagues and other professionals that I have the pleasure to work with and grow together with collective efforts, my wish and hope for everyone have always been to grow not just as a PMF consultant or entrepreneur, but also as a person who inspires others to be of service with kindness and compassion. Everything is energy, and PMF is the future of energy medicine. And the future is already here. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kathy and Paul, you guys are up.
Great, let's go.
You're a couple.
I was so nervous.
Oh, wow. I don't know where to start. We've been with this company since 2011, when the Pulsed Electromagnetic Field IMRS 2000 cured my sciatica. Shall I clip? I just don't prepare. First of all, I just want to thank Dale. Dale, you've taken the organization of these meetings to a new level. Thanks, honey. I used to do these too, and it would just be like, I'd buy some food at Costco and rent a hall, and we'd have some good times. But Dale's just got it all figured out right here. And we really needed that, Dale. Because it really helps when you feel like there's somebody who's in coherence. Paul and I don't work that way so much. So we're not a really great example of the ABC of what to do to get to 6G, because it's all been through our hearts, through our community. I take calls from people who they're so far down my downline, or they're not even in my downline, and I close their deals for them because I just love this mat. And so if you go into this business of having your own experience and knowing that everything is perfect, and if a sale whizzes by you, it's meant to be, you probably would have had a bad day with that person or something like that. It's just like, just let it go and have some fun with the business. As Dale says, it's a bottom line. The other thing about this company is Wolfie. Serious. Right? I think what I might do is just I've been working on my own PEMF website for about 3 years. This is why I'm not up here organizing the meeting right now. And I just wanted to, what I wrote was on my, why Swiss Bionic, right? Why not any other mat company? So why PEMF is easy enough to answer, and we'll do that here and hopefully make the benefits of regular PEMF use clear. But for us, the real question to ask is, why Swiss Bionic solution? Can you grab me my cheaters? They're over there on the other side of that thing. Not the other ones. The other ones are the cheaters. Thanks. You know, we are glass cheaters. They're all over the house. The answer to that question leads directly to Swiss Bionic CEO Wolfgang Jaksch. The SBS PEMF mats and accessories are the domain of a person who has dedicated his life to bringing the best PEMF personal delivery system to the public that he can. It's just Wolfgang's nature to expect the best, and he returns that. We have hosted public meetings in Vancouver for Wolfgang to visit our end of Canada and the customers and representatives who love his product. He arrives enthusiastic and treats his audience to his vast knowledge of PEMF and his devices with intelligence, humor, and respect. This is his passion. And that's why not the only source of confidence in Swiss Bionic solution is our CEO. Wolfgang Jaksch has created a family business around the PEMF science, and we are part of that family and his products, and it is a global family. SBS heads office in Switzerland, where Wolfgang lives with his wife Veronica, where we have actually had lunch in their beautiful home, because we won a contest. Can you imagine somebody who's not an MLMer who has been told that there's a contest? When that pedal to the metal thing came out, I laughed, and then I won it with Paul. Right? And we ended up going to Switzerland because we're not multi-level marketers. We love this product and we love the company, right? And there's a lot of people who can come along and they can switch products often. It's just not our way. And this is a product you stay with for life because it's a one-time sale for most people. Anyway, we were there with Veronica and Jess and Wolfgang, and they raced cars side by side. And we went and saw them racing side by side. I actually got in Veronica's seat and almost couldn't get out. Maybe it was yours because I'm more your size than hers, let me tell you. And Swiss Bionic Solution also has product distribution offices in Germany, Canada, the US, Singapore, Hong Kong. This is his strength. He's all over the place and he takes care of everybody. And we've all known passionate, connected people who don't make it as far as they want despite their enthusiasm. And this brings us to Wolfie's ace up his sleeve. He leaves no stone unturned. In times of vast uncertainty, it requires dedication to stay the course and make sure you're centered and ready. SBS can boast that its products compliance meets global standards. Health Canada's, in our home country, being one of the most exacting standards you could meet. We're now finding things are shifting a little bit, but to get Health Canada certification was a big deal, and he did that, and it took a lot. As the awareness of the benefits of PEMF increases, so will the scrutiny that these health devices come under, and we're seeing that now. And that will come down to the responsibility of our CEO to be able to maintain product compliance globally and to simply remain in business. Wolfgang has reached out to our whole community often over the past few years to reassure us that SBS will not only keep its doors open, providing products and services to many, but are prepared to thrive. From global compliance to product supply, this is his intelligence. So with all of that in place, it simply stands to reason that this PEMF system is no slouch. Are you kidding? This is rocket fuel for your cells, right? So let's get into what's in our energy mats and why this is the best PEMF home device in our opinion, bar none. Seen it. One of the things I like to say to people when I've been at trade shows, etc. And I remember this one fellow came up and I'm sitting on the massage table that my mat's at, and I could see he was about to start talking to me about some other product or something like that. And I just looked and I said, I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. And I'm bulletproof because of Wolfgang and Veronica and the team and the kinds of people that gravitate towards this company. Right? So good luck.
Yeah, when we want, what I also want you to know is that we didn't sell this for 4 years. So we have I have my own practice, and people come over, and we just put them on the mat. it speaks for itself. You don't have to sell this thing. Just tell people to get on it, and they would notice it, right? So for 4 years, before I even did my energy work with people, I'd say, lay on the mat. And Kathy really got me into that. She's really the one that is the engine behind all of this for sure. And so after 4 years of doing that, when we let people know, oh yeah, you know that mat you've been going on? It's now Health Canada approved. And you can also finance it on MediCard. For those of you who might not be aware, MediCard will finance. And as soon as we just say to them, well, look, you know, it's going to cost you, how much a month was it? Like $100 a month, okay? Like don't even give it a thought, right? And between that and Health Canada, it was amazing. It just took off. And it was funny, right? Because we don't see ourselves as multi-level marketers, and and yet it so took off when we first had the training seminars. There was like rooms full of people that we'd introduced, and I was sitting in the back with Kathy, and I went, a lot of these people are our people, you know, like we're multi-level marketers, you know, and we just kind of laughed, right? But it's a family, and it was like all these people were able to help. Like how much better is life than helping someone to have a better life, right? How can you get better than that? You know, that's how we feel. So use the product, you'll feel how good it feels for you. People will notice, and each one of you has your own way of being. And I would just say, be true to yourself. Be yourself, don't sell. Go to where you feel alive, connected to a community, and just start talking about it and sharing, right? Just start sharing. And that's all you really need to do. And the rest will just happen of its own accord. And from a marketing point of view, honestly, I think if I'm right, Wolfgang, what you did, the Kangen water system is one of the best marketing systems, I think, comp system out there. And Wolfgang looked at it, fine-tooth comb, and others, all the systems out there, and then fine-tuned it, made it even better. So this system, if you work it, it works for you. We've had people that have been involved in all kinds of multi-level companies. They've done well, and they've said this one is the best ever compensation, because if you put in the work, it will pay you back in spades, and it will build businesses for others as well, which is really wonderful to watch, isn't it, Kath? To see people working and helping others and really getting compensated for it. And it's run right, and it will keep running right. Yeah. So then anyway, thanks for being here.
Okay, guys, so that's it. The amazing food is waiting for you outside, so go get it.
Oh God, we went over.
Because usually this is the worst hour in a seminar day, when everything turns delta and theta in your brain waves, and you slowly check out, and then the speaker tries to keep you awake, getting louder and noisier, and nothing helps. So I decided to introduce something new to you right after this lunch, because that will probably wake you up again. I just want to add one thing. I want to really thank you to our family members who shared these very, very kind words with you guys, also about myself and my wife. Thank you. This was really heartfelt. This was really, really nice, and I took it to my heart. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And actually, these are the moments which keep me going. Like I said, doing almost 30 years, every day the same thing. It's sometimes tough, but we get something in our business what other business don't get, and this is thankfulness from our customers. And this is something that always keeps you going, because you know you do something good for people, and these people appreciate it. And of course we have a business, and of course there is money involved. But a good business is not about money, it's about value. Right? And this is what counts for me, and thank you so much, really. It means the world to me. Thank you. And I wanted to add something, because there was this moments where I saw some slide about the business, and people always approach me with problems. Do you know this? Excuse me, I have a problem. And I found a pretty good way to deal with that. If somebody approaches me and said, Wolfgang, excuse me, I have a problem. My immediate answer is, what is the advantage of your problem? And then they look at me. What do you mean? I said, well, there must be a benefit, an advantage of this problem, because if you won't have an advantage or a benefit, you would not have it anymore. Right? So that's why in my life, we have problems on a daily basis. But I never look at it as a problem, I look at it as a challenge. And because a challenge is, for me, sport. And then a problem turns into something positive, because you got this challenge and you somehow have to work it out. And you somehow have to conquer it. And you somehow have to get it out of sight, you know? And that's why I don't like the word problem, because problem is so negative. And I try not to have problems, because problems gonna kill you, you know? Problems make you sick. See, in the future, see a problem as a challenge. Take on the challenge and do everything to get it done, you know, and that's the way how I actually deal with it, and how I would like to deal with it. And so this is the perfect opener for what's behind me, because do you remember last year I told you something about genetics and nutrition? Who was there at the speech last year? Not so many, huh? Couple. Well, the history of Swiss Bionic Solutions is based on PEMF. We know that. 10th generation of devices over the last almost 30 years. And the biggest challenge in our business, not the biggest problem, the biggest challenge in our business is, and somebody mentioned that today, I think it was Dale, whenever you have a customer or a client buying a unit for them, usually this unit lasts for 10, 15 years. My first unit I bought 28 years ago, it's still working. So it's actually not good for business. Right? Because one and the same customer every 15 to 20 years, that's not a good business. That's probably why the big pharma didn't take on this business yet. Because it's not consumable. You know, if there would be maintenance involved, or refill, or you need to buy certain protocols for each application, then maybe it would be a good business. But our challenge is that every single month we start from scratch, from zero, because we always have to find new customers. Right? And this is, to me, it's a miracle that we already survived this situation for already almost 30 years. Because you literally start always from scratch every month. And so it was always my vision to find something in addition which fits to our business, which accompanies our business, which also makes sense to add it to energy medicine, and on the other hand, to create something which maybe we can benefit from customers on an ongoing basis, or at least more than one times. Or on the other hand, you know, we are in the direct selling business, giving our reps the opportunity, beside introducing PMF to their environment, also to open a second business opportunity, which has per se nothing to do with PMF, but which makes sense to accompany it, to melt it together with, and to complement, exactly, and therefore to increase the business opportunity and also the possibility of additional income. We may say this today because the world is not getting cheaper. And last year, I mean, I'm going pregnant with these ideas in 3 or 4 years. Maybe you remember there was the time when companies like 23andMe, you ever heard about that? Yes. They came to the market and they offered these genetic tests where you can figure out your ancestry. It was more or less a gimmick thing because, you know, except having some static information which are related to you, there was, to me, nothing sexy in this, you know, and I couldn't also deal with it in terms of utilizing it for the health benefit. But the basic idea of this whole concept evolved over time, and now you can literally order a genetic test online for 30, 40, 50 bucks already, which, by the way, and we know this from 23andMe, the primary attention was not to amuse you with the results of your personal ancestry or whatsoever. It was more or less to collect genetic data from you and then sell it to the people who can really deal with that. You know, and that's what happened with 23andMe. By the way, the founder of 23andMe is the wife of Serge Brin, which is one of the founders of Google. So that's what's going on behind the scenes. But I was just fascinated by this idea. And there was a second movement going on, which I believe will become the future of medicine, and this is personalization. So, you know, we know nowadays that our DNA is 99.9% equal. And 0.1% differentiates me from you, you from her, him from her, and so on. So it's you know, it's quite interesting, this whole idea. And medicine, health and disease, in my opinion, and we know this also from our protocols we created in PMF, sometimes we are not right. Sometimes we don't do it correct. Not because we are stupid or because we don't know what we do. It's just sometimes we don't have any idea about you as an individual, how you react on something. You know? And the answer is definitely in our DNA for all of this, because the DNA is the master plan. You know, every cell, in the middle of each cell, there is this core, and in the core of the cell, there is the DNA. There is the building information which tells the cell to become a liver cell, a heart cell, a skin cell, a hair cell, you know, and also, it's making you as a unique individual in this world. So, even health and disease, you know, I teach since 28 years that health and disease starts in your smallest building block, which is your cell. which was not wrong. Now we know already better, because health and disease not only starts in the cell, in the smallest building block, it starts within an even smaller building block within your building block, which is the DNA. Because there is the software written. For example, there's also written whether you are prone to become a cancer, to get a cancer. It's written there. It's sometimes even scary information. And we are now able to get this information already out of your DNA, because the human genome is completely decoded. Since 2022, by the way, not before. They started this so-called Human Genome Project in 1959. And it took almost 70 years until 2022, until the human genome finally has been completely decoded. But coming back to, I told you 1 year ago that it is an amazing idea to do a genetic test, to get some ideas about your DNA, and then out of this to create a personalized mixture of vitamins and whatsoever tailored to your DNA, because then at least we know that whatever nutrients you're gonna take, they will do something with you. Nowadays, the complete nutritional business is incredible. I think 22 or 23 billion a year. What people eat, vitamins, supplements, the whole supplement business. The problem is nobody knows how much, which vitamins, and whether they do something good for you or not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the situation. Right? We get all these nice ideas. You should eat more vitamin C. You should take B3, B6, omega-3, whatsoever, I mean, millions of products are on the market. You can buy them at Costco, at Walmart, you can buy them everywhere for a fraction of the money what you can buy real food. Even, and people are so stupid already, they do it. And they eat it because they think they do a great thing. Well, practically, and fact is, how do you know whether a certain amount of vitamin C is good for your body right now? How do you know if you take trace elements, magnesium, whatever? It all makes no sense, but people do it, and it's a huge business. And then I had this vision. I said, why not combining genetic test with figure out what's going on in your DNA, and then based on that, creating a tailored concept of intervention with nutrients. That makes sense, basically. A year later, I'm a little bit more clever than I have been a year ago. First of all, I tried to put that into a business concept. And then I suddenly realized that real personalized intervention with nutrients is impossible to get marketed because of lack of compliance. As sad as it sounds, but this is the reality. You cannot get compliance with personalized nutrients because, I can tell you why, because every product you create, which is 100% personalized on your DNA, has its own unique label. And according to the governing agencies, every label has to be in compliance. So practically, if I do a genetic test of you and I create a 100% personalized a nutritional program for you, I have to go to the Health Canada and FDA and ask for permission to do that by showing them the label. This is how it practically works. That's why personalized medicine is very difficult to establish, because the governing agencies are not ready for that. Because all their norms and regulations are not based on that. You know, they think the other way around. They think there is a condition, so now we need a medication. Quite straightforward and simple. So if you think that you have a medication for that certain condition, well, do a study, prove it. Study design has to be double-blind, placebo-controlled, and so on and so on. So if you can prove this, ask for permission. As long as you stay in compliance, we're gonna clear that for you. We're gonna approve this specific medication for this kind of condition. Taking this over to personal nutrition, it would be exactly the same. We have this Tushar problem. This is the condition, it's you. And we have this tailor-made product which addresses the Tushar problem. So the governing agents would say, okay, show me the label, show me this, and then we can clear that for you. That's not scalable, right? So that was the status when I introduced that to you 1 year ago. In the meantime, we become more clever. We collected a lot of information. We also figured out that a genetic test with a design, all these genetic laboratories are doing these tests, are not really proper to figure out what you need. Because a genetic test is a static picture of your DNA. And the static picture doesn't tell me where I should work on your problem in order to change it. And during our research and during our learning curve, this is quite complex topic, I tell you. I'm going nuts with this because every day something new is coming out. But it's also absolutely fantastic. You know what's coming. And then I jumped over this term, which is called epigenetics. And it's still quite misunderstood, this term, what epigenetic is. On the other hand, it's very, very simple to explain to you. I said here, genetics is given, epigenetics is driven. This is probably something you can keep in your mind. So the genetic, your personal genetic genome is as it is. You cannot change it. It is as it is, period. You know, but what you can change is how your genetic is reacting on everything what's coming in. You know? So we can control the switches of your gene by using epigenetics. And this is actually, connection would help. It's 4 words: regulation of gene expression. This is how easy you can explain epigenetics. We are, and this is a misunderstanding, we are not controlled by our genes. A lot of people say we are controlled by our genes. No, we are not, because the genes are given. So we are not controlled by them. We are designed by them, but we are not controlled. You know, it is exactly the opposite. It's the other way around. We control our gene under the constant influence of our environment. So that means whatever we introduce to our DNA, you know, determines whether it reacts on it or not, or how, or less, or more, or whatsoever. That's the control of our genes, the switches. And this is what we call epigenetics. It's the regulation of our genetic expression. How are we going to respond to something? You know, there's a very simple example. There is this ongoing discussion whether coffee is healthy or not. Right? Because there is one particular ingredient in coffee which creates a problem. This is which one? Caffeine, exactly. Because coffee has a lot of good stuff inside. But the problem is the caffeine. And we are in possession of a specific gene inside us which is capable of eliminating caffeine. So, if this gene inside your DNA is active, drink coffee. Because your body will filter out all the good stuff from the coffee and kill the caffeine and let it go out without creating any damage. If the gene which is responsible for caffeine is switched off, don't drink coffee. Because your caffeine cannot be distributed by your own body, and then it's not good for you. So the answer is, it depends. Coffee is not healthy and coffee can be healthy. And it's not the coffee per se which is guilty for that. It's the way how we gonna express it. You know? And this is fantastic. This is fantastic news for me. Because if we could figure out how your gene expression works, we could create personalized intervention. Right? So, understood so far? Okay, good. I didn't do this topic, maybe I did it, maybe this lecture for 2 times, so I'm still also a little bit insecure, frankly speaking, because it's a very complex topic. And I'm still struggling sometimes with all the terms. And it's getting even worse. Wait. Because I figured out the answer does not lie in our genes. It lies on and around our genes. Because that's where the gene expression, the switching on, switching off, the dimming takes place. It's not inside our genes, because that's the DNA, that's given. You cannot change anything, period, you know? But everything on top of it and around it, it's constantly controlling something. And this is so fascinating, you know, that it becomes really weird. I told you, the genome is decoded. You see here, the long road to the language of life. Who was it Bill Clinton in the 2000 who said, now we discovered the mystery of life when they made this announcement that they decoded the human genome. And now 22 years later we know that this was totally wrong, because we know, of course we decoded it, but we didn't do anything with it. There are only a few advantages which we took from the decoding of the genome, which we can use. For example, to discover whether a certain disease is caused by heritage. Some women, when they want to become pregnant, they can do such a test for certain genetic diseases, right? I think Down syndrome is one of those. This is something which is diagnosed with a genetic test, because they can figure out that, they can read it out of your genome, you know. But in terms of, can we create an influence on our health? or even more important, on our longevity. This is something that a genetic test doesn't, it's not sexy, I tell you. There is nothing in. And that's what I learned since last year, because I thought you can read all this out of a genetic test, but you can't. I figured that out. So that's about just the history. And then I need to show you these numbers. I'm a fan of numbers, especially when we talk about something so unimaginable like the human DNA. We know nowadays that a human is approximately made out of 25,500 genes. Interesting, the water flea has 5,000 genes more. Proven by science. You know, the water flea is, comparing to us, a quite small fellow. Right? The difference between the DNA of a human and the DNA of a water flea is that what's inside each gene makes the difference. The threads in a human gene is much more complex than the one in a water flea. But again, you know, if you compare this by number, you would think the water flea is quite superior comparing to a human being. But it's not, because sheer numbers, they don't make the real difference. Anyway, the water flea is an object for science because it's an incredible animal. I encourage you, Google water flea and DNA. You will get a lot of interesting stories about that, which gives you a little bit of an idea in which dimension we are diving here. Very interesting. Very interesting. The DNA thread of the 23 human chromosomes comprises around 3.2 billion gene letters. That makes the difference between the water flea and the human. The water flea has only a couple millions. And even if he contains of more genes, he's not as complex as a human organism. The text of human DNA would fill around 3,000 books. Each book would have 1,000 pages with each 1,000 letters. Isn't that amazing? I think the thread, each single thread in one of your DNA has a length of about, was it 2 kilometers? This is amazing. You know, and this is what's inside us. And you tell me that we are already at the edge, or at the end with science. We are not even at the beginning. And what I figure out since 28 years, the way I'm moving in my business, always going one level deeper. You know, we started the tissue, then we went to the cell. And now we went into the DNA into the cell. So where does this end, you know? You see how many layers our universe has? How many layers the history of life contains of? This is what's so amazing and makes it so powerful and so interesting, and also makes it so intriguing to look for solutions, how we can live longer, how we can stay healthier, how we can utilize all this knowledge and all these technologies for our good. And this is the next big thing. You know, forget about nutrition like we know it nowadays. This is ridiculous comparing to that. Because, like I said, in the nutritional business right now, everything is done by trial and fail, trial and error. Right? And I'm not sure, I think, for example, me, I never took any supplement in my life until today. Not one single piece. I always try to do it with food. Not one, you know. I'm resisting. I'm not doing this. you know, because I try to do it with food. We spend a lot of time, a lot of money thinking and celebrating good food. And I rather don't go somewhere if I'm not sure whether it's good for me or not, you know. And sometimes I have to, and I regret it 15 minutes after I swallowed it, because I feel it, you know. And it's working pretty good, but you have to be quite on top, and you have to be quite strict to yourself in order to do that. Once it becomes a habit, it's like with investing time on the PEMF system. Once it becomes a habit, once you implement it in your daily routines, then it's like brushing your teeth. And then you don't think about this anymore. That's okay. Don't worry. So, yeah, that's going to be really crazy what's going on. The text of the genome, and I said that already, among all us is 99.9% identical. So it's only the 0.1% which makes you, me, and it's still a lot, the difference. Even it's only 0.1%. So those are the tests. Now it becomes a little bit more technical, which are already available on the market, and which is, for example, done also by companies like 23andMe. They are so-called SNP tests, SNP. Single nucleotide polymorphisms. This is what they test. And they exist in various forms. Usually it is a diagnostic genetic test. The main task of this test is to find the cause of an existing inherited disease. This is doable with this kind of SNP test. I mentioned that before. And then they also use it as a predictive genetic test to identify certain static characteristics in a person's metabolism, which, for example, influence the effect of a drug. So this is also quite common that these kind of SNP tests are used for. And again, those were the tests I thought a year ago we're going to use for our idea to utilize this as a basis for tailored nutrition. But then I figured out that it's not going to work and it's not precise enough. You can also use it as a prognostic genetic test to estimate the risk of future diseases. Quite scary, but works pretty well. They can also provide information on how likely it is to pass on a genetic trait or disease to one's own children. This is what, for example, like I said, the women, when they get pregnant, some of them, they want to know it in advance. And they could do this. And usually it is done with such a test format. So they are widely known as SNP tests, SNPs. So, you know, you will probably, once you go home and start researching, you will definitely hear of this probably wherever you go. Those tests are all over the web. Price range, let's say, from 50 to 100 up to $1,200. Depends a little bit on the amount of genes they look at it, and on the reporting whatsoever. But that's more or less what's possible. But because, and this is important, a test, you know, a test comparing to an analysis, the big difference is that a test, a result of a test, is always based on the comparison of your individual result comparing to an existing empiric database. And this is what these tests do, these genetic tests. And that's why companies like 23andMe, they get so much money when they sell their genetic data, because those genetic data are used to do these empirical data comparisons. But a comparison is not an analysis, because an analysis is what we definitely measure inside your genetic system right at the moment when we do when we take the sample. Does it make sense? The difference between a test and an analysis? Because a test does not measure, it compares. An analysis actually measures. And measuring is the key for personalization. Because if I measure a certain gene of you, a certain gene expression, then I can decide if this measurement, this value, is too high, too low, needs to be activated, needs to be switched off, needs to be dimmed, whatsoever. You know, this is the idea behind it. I know it's quite hard to digest, but this is what it is. And maybe in 6 months we will laugh about this because we collect so much information and knowledge already. Said, yeah, okay, of course I know exactly what you mean. You know, but now we are still at the beginning. But this is really brand new stuff and cool stuff. You know, so this is what a SNP test does. So what we're gonna do, we do something totally different. We don't do a genetic test. We are developing now a so-called complex epigenetic lab analysis. And we are using genomic biomarkers for that. And those biomarkers, and you will figure that out when you Google it, they are all over the place already. It's just nobody knows it because this knowledge is not public. And those are the so-called microRNAs. MicroRNAs. Microribonucleic acids. Those are the new biomarkers. You know what a biomarker is? For example, your heart rate is a biomarker. The heart rate variability is a biomarker. Your skin resistance is a biomarker. So everything what we can measure with a kind of a sensor, or which we can analyze out of our body, can be evaluated. And the biomarkers of our genome are called microRNAs. And I think they discovered already about 5,000 of them. They just don't know how to control all these 5,000s yet, but we know how to control some of them. And we picked some of them, which we believe they are the ones we should measure in order to make a tailored intervention. And our epigenetic analysis contains of these different things here, what we're going to measure now. And this epigenetic analysis does not exist on this planet yet. You will not get this in any laboratory in the world. Nobody is capable of offering this yet. We are the number one. We're probably not the only one in the future, but for now nobody thought about this, go in this direction. You know, we can actually measure your telomere length. So we can tell you your biological age versus your chronological age with an accuracy which is quite brilliant, 99.7%. So we look at 5 particular microRNAs for the assessment of physiological stress levels. Makes sense, because stress can cause a lot of, or does cause a lot of diseases. We found 3 microRNAs to look at the so-called genometry longevity clock. We can actually predict, and not even predict, we can measure your aging speed. And the good news is we can influence it with tailored intervention. You know, and we also can lower or increase, I must say, the braking speed. Now I must think as a race car driver. Increasing the braking speed highest, you brake harder. So if we find an intervention which brakes harder on your aging clock, that's a good thing, because that prolongs our life and it shortens aging. Let's say it like that. And we also use a couple SNPs here, especially the one responsible for folate and vitamin B12, because we believe they are very important. We look at the FATS1 gene, which is responsible for controlling the fatty acid desaturase, which is related to a genetic risk for decreased N6 and 3, which again is responsible for inflammation, which is mainly the cause of a lot of diseases. And we also look at the FTO, because we figured out we could also, with this approach, we could probably create weight loss programs. They are beyond any imagination. Just by telling the people what to eat and what not to eat based on their genetic expression. This is really cool stuff. This is the design of the new test, or new analysis. And it is not a test which is compared with empiric data. It's a value-based result. And of course, you receive that with a quite comprehensive reporting, which tells you exactly what's going on. And out of that, we developed intervention. So once we have a scientific validation of the lab analysis, we do this with an Austrian lab, not with the same one I announced last year. It's a different one, they cannot do this. And the ones we are cooperating with is attached to the Medical University of Vienna. So there is a lot of research behind, scientific research. So we come up really with backed up science here. You know, and we can also publish these studies, no problem. We have everything on file. And this is serious stuff here, really. And we created, and now comes the compliance. So how can we now personalize this without getting in trouble, or or at least, I say it in a different way, with presenting that to Health Canada and to FDA and not get a refusal right from the beginning. So the idea is, we see, and I talk to these people, it's a Swiss company. They are into this since 25 years. They did a lot of research in the blue zones. You heard about the blue zones, right? Where the people become so old and are so healthy in Italy, in Japan, wherever, you know. They did a lot of research and they figured out that it has a lot to do with the so-called secondary plant compounds, phytochemicals. That's completely different to classical nutrients. For example, did you hear about resveratrol? The science of David Sinclair? You see, you never heard about this guy. He's a world-class scientist. Those are the names you should write down. Sinclair, he's the gene guru. You know, resveratrol, for example, is a secondary plant compound, which, and that's brilliant news for all of us, is in red wine. You know, it's very healthy. The problem is, in order to create a really health impact with resveratrol, you would have to drink about 100 to 120 glasses per day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you do this, you don't care about anything anymore anyway. Yeah. So the idea is, we created a new approach to nutrients by inventing and manufacturing so-called smart grains. And these smart grains, they contain of a single secondary plant compound. We have a list right now. We will end up probably between 16 and 20 different ones. Because in order to what we achieve with this intervention, we need 16 to 20 different single phytochemicals to do that, to address it to control your genetic expression. And the idea is we can get certified, each one of them. Does it make sense? So we have resveratrol, lineon, there are many. And then, okay, I said, we have this one, we have this one, we have this one. And get it certified. And then you're gonna do the test, the analysis. And based on the result, we feed a computer. And this computer tells us what you need from each of the 16 to 20 compounds, in which amount, even on which day. And we created a 90-day routine. So the product the consumer gets at the end is a box with 90 compartments, with number 1 to 90, and in each compartment is one sachet with the amount of phytochemicals which are needed according to your epigenetic analysis. And you just take one per day. These smart grains are more or less, they don't taste. You can either take it with water or dissolve it in orange juice or whatsoever. I would recommend not to dissolve it, because the cool thing about these smart grains is that the compound is actually covered with the idea that when you swallow it, that it doesn't dissolve too early. It should go at least into your stomach, better a little bit deeper into your intestines before it gets dissolved, because there is where the stuff happens. And by using these smart grains, they prolong the dissolving the time until the compound will be dissolved. So that's more or less what's on the plate right now. I founded a new company. It's called Nutagen. Nutagen means nutrition tailored by genetics. Just to give you an idea what's behind it. The company will have its home in Switzerland. And we are now in the phases, the next thing, yes. The bad news for me, the laboratory, they came to me and said, we can only do this via a blood test. I said, that's unacceptable, because a blood test is not so easy to do for certain people. I also don't want to become too medical, because we talk here about a home thing. We want to offer it that people can easily do it in the comfort of their homes, and that we also don't get in trouble with compliance. That was the main thing here. So I asked the laboratory, is there a possibility that we can do it with a buccal swab? Because you know a genetic test can be done with a buccal swab, right? And they said, we can only do this if we conduct a validation study to validate blood tests with swab tests, and then compare it, and then we can implement into the software that we can use it, because we have comparative data. And this is what we do right now. We are collecting samples from random people, which is very important to get a quite wide range of these samples. And the laboratory will conduct this study, and once these results are available, we're gonna start preparing the software. And practically it will look like this, that every country office of Swiss Bionic will be equipped with a station with the software, and which gives us, after the result is fed into the software, the recipe for each individual person. It's done individually for each person. You know, and the country offices will have containers, 60 to 20 containers, you know, and will then, you know, tailor based on what the computer is spitting out every package for every client. And every client gets the label with a name on it and with what's inside. And this is the first personalized nutrient 90-day routine. It doesn't exist yet in the world. I think we can do it like this, and I'm 100% positive that that's gonna go through the roof. And after 90 days, they can reorder it, you know. And the good thing is now, you can also buy a follow-up test. Because the big difference between, you see, I said it wrong again. You can buy a follow-up analysis. The big difference between a test and an analysis, if you do a second genetic test, a SNP test, nothing will change. Because it's static, right? With this, you can do a follow-up test and you can see your progress. For example, me personally and also Veronica. Veronica's biological age is 26. My biological age was 47. I'm 57. You know, and the analysis is 99.7% accurate. We also have people tested already, they were 10 years older. And you can see it. Yeah. So this is quite cool data, you know? And it's very intriguing, very helpful. And of course the goal is, in combination with PEMF, to increase longevity in a healthy way. You had a question.
You already answered it.
Okay.
Because I was just going to say, will it change after 90 days? What you're saying?
No. Yeah, you mean if you do a test? Of course, yeah, oh, definitely, yeah.
The SNPs won't change. Are you measuring something else, some other inflammatory?
Yes,
Right.
yes. We analyze the microRNAs. So maybe most of you, it doesn't tell anybody anything right now, but if you start researching it, you will understand what I'm talking here about. And what is the difference between the SNPs and the microRNAs. Very powerful stuff.
And if somebody just missed few doses, like it doesn't change?
No, it's like if you miss out on a PEMF application, you will not die. You know, you just miss one opportunity, right? Yeah. But you know, the consistency is again here the word. Consistency also contains of the possibility that you sometimes miss out. But if you consistently keep on going, you will keep up again, right? One time forgetting brushing your teeth, your teeth will not fall off on the next day, right? Always think about that, you know? So that's definitely not the case. So, now let's talk about pricing here. This is our target. I hope we're gonna make it, because it's not easy. Does somebody know the company 10X?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Sitting in Fort Lauderdale, by the way. They started now a program with this kind of thing, but they're doing a SNP test. You can go on the website, you will find it out. you know. And they also will come out with a tailored nutrition program. I know, because I know where they're gonna manufacture it, and I know what's inside that, you know. And this is the benchmark for me now, because they are all over the place, right? And they offer this genetic slip test for $1,299 US, only the test. That's quite something, you know. Our target is, we would like to offer a starter package which contains of the test, the reporting, and the 3 months supply of the phyto program. And we target about $14.99 US, which is roughly about $19.99 Canadian. That includes the test and the 3 months intervention. The follow-up intervention is $599. It's $7.99 Canadian, and the follow-up test is $9.99 US. And the test per se is a little bit more expensive in Canadian as well. The follow-up test is not mandatory. It's just for the people who would like to do it, you know. And some of you may say, "Wow, this is really expensive." Well, compare it with what's on what's available, and you will figure out this is by far the most competitive price, you know. And the people jump on that. The 90-day intervention, that's a bargain deal for what we're going to offer to them. You know, we researched the market very carefully. In North America, the monthly consumption of nutritional products is already per head between $200 and $300 US. And with this, having something which is tailored for you, which is made for you, and which really makes a difference in terms of creating an impact on your aging, measurable, backed up by science, that's pretty cool stuff. So that's coming. We're going to integrate this in the 7CR comp plan. We will probably value it with half a unit. This is how we can do it, because you remember one PEMF system is 1 unit. It counts as 1 unit. And because the value here is a little bit lower, you know, we will implement it with half a unit. So 2 starter packages will count as 1 system. Okay? The compensation will be the same. By the way, you said it, I'm not sure, we are not a typical MLM company, you know that. You know, we are not doing the sales pitch here. We also don't do front loading that, you know, buy 10 units and you get this and that. That's not our business. We never did this, you know. But you also should know that we are by far the best paying company all over the world. There is not one company who pays out 52.5% each month of each unit. And we do that. And it's very simple, because you can do the algebra when you calculate it. You know, this is really, really unique. No company does pay anything near to it. And that's the thing. So I hope we're going to start in the fall. We are in phase 2 now, finalizing the validation study for the buccal swap, which, by the way, the buccal swap is very cheap. Not cheap in terms of it's not efficient, but cheap in terms of pricing. And it's very, very simple to do in the comfort of your home. And it's very reliable. The blood test is not really reliable. You would have to be very, very accurate, you know. So I believe if we establish this, we have an easy way of making it really easy for the people to do that. And as of now, every single buccal swap goes to Austria. Once it's there, everything is electronically. But this needs to go there. We will probably collect the samples. By the way, we don't save any data. You can do this also anonymously. We just need an email address. So it's not about data, because again, this is not genetic test, it's an epigenetic analysis. But we will probably collect it through our country offices. So when your client will do this in the comfort of their home, we will probably equip them with a shipping label. Once they do the buccal swap, they can put it in a little container and then just send it to Swiss Bionic, to Oakville. And from there, we probably collect it on a weekly basis and then ship it to Austria. So the laboratory is quite fast. So I assume that we can get a waiting period of maximum 2 to 3 weeks, which is pretty decent, you know. And then once we have the email address of the client, which will be on the package, the data will be put in the laboratory, and they will send the result directly to the client, and also, because we have the email address on file on the country office, to our country office. And based on the recognition of this email address and the test result, we're gonna create the personalized compound, the personalized mixture, and then we will put it in a nice package and send it to the client. That's more or less basically how I see the business here. Tushar?
Couple things. First, if somebody doesn't have a PEMF, they're not a rep, can they still be a part of this?
Yes, yes.
They can just start with this?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, of course. I mean, the idea is we see this accompanying PEMF, but we also see this as a new business opportunity. And we also, of course, want to address it to the people who are already in the nutritional business. Because they probably figured out better than us how cool that is. You know, and how that stands out comparing to what's on the market yet. And I'm sure some people here in the audience, they are already in the nutritional business. You know, and we also have to learn about secondary plant compounds and stuff like that, but it's crazy good stuff, you know. And it's all vegan. Don't forget that. You know, they call it phytochemicals, but it has nothing to do with chemicals. So we talk about secondary plant compounds. So that's nature what we provide here.
So this is geared around longevity.
Yes.
But will it also help cure issues in the body?
In the future, yes, because the more microRNAs we are able to identify, and the more microRNAs we are able to create an intervention on it.
Because I know two people who have sickle cell anemia, and they've had their lives threatened many times.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking about them.
That's the idea for the future. Like I said, this microRNA thing, this is the new thing. You have to really research about that. And the more biomarker we get to know and how they work and how you can switch them, how you can talk to them to switch genes on, to switch genes off, to dim them whatsoever. This is the real deal here. You know, and that makes it also unique. Don't compare this epigenetic analysis with a genetic test. It's two different things. I say it again and again and again. Right? It's not a SNP test. We talk about microRNAs. And those are the fellows we are dealing with here. And yeah. And like I said, the 10X, this is the player right now. Only online, you know. And I figured out, I looked on the website, they sell the test for $12.99 alone. And they will probably sell the intervention for more.
Is there some sort of stock designation or stock offering?
A stock offering. You want to buy stock? Yes. Well, if I allow an offering, I didn't think about that. Let's get it on the table first. All right? You know, because again, I would love to say, here it is, let's go. You know, which is not happening right now, but it's gonna happening. There are no problems, there are only challenges. It's gonna happening. But I really want to share these news with you because nobody knows about that. And I have no problem. You can talk to anybody about that because it's hell of a job to do that. And it takes a lot of time. It took me 2 years to come to this belief and to this kind of idea because, like I said, 1 year ago, I was so enthusiastic about the SNP test, and then I figured out that's not it. You know, that doesn't make a difference, you know? And now we are at that stage. We found the right, again, we found the right people. And don't tell me how I did it. They just, you know, the guy who is responsible for developing the smart grains with me, he lives 5 kilometers away from our office. And I traveled through Europe to find somebody. Can you imagine? And then he showed up. I said, where do you come from? He said, I'm from Wolerau. This is a small village. And it's exactly 5 kilometers away from our headquarters. And I said, why you didn't show up earlier? He said, because nobody asked me. Huh? And you know, they even travel the world and collect the phytochemicals from Bhutan, from everywhere. So you're gonna get the real stuff here. You know, also the ingredients. I mean, this is, and they are all scientifically backed up. This is no joke here. This is the real deal, really. And it's a new approach. Finally, something new. Not a new B12 or whatever. B12 is B12, right? That's what we thought, and it's not like that. But you know what I mean? This is completely new. And this combination of controlling the gene expression with nutrients, that's very sexy. Very sexy. Huh?
For us to be able to talk to clients.
Talk to clients, it's gonna happen. The more we spread it out, the more the universe will answer. It's gonna happen. It's just a question of time. Put me under pressure, please.
For us to talk, like, will there be courses or something?
Of course. We're gonna definitely come up with an academy. I will also invite the scientists to help me with this, to speak to you. We will definitely, as soon as we have everything in a phase that we have everything together, we will definitely offer you everything to make you ready and fit education-wise, so that you can share it with your environment. We also will definitely prepare the website, of course. Like I said, the name is clear. The company is already established, and the company already signs an exclusive contract with Swiss Bionic for the distribution worldwide. So I actually signed with myself, which is pretty simple, right? But Nutagen is a separate entity, you know, and the whole product and concept will run under the Nutagen brand, and not under the IMRS or Swiss Bionic brand, but it will be exclusively distributed worldwide by Swiss Bionic Solutions. So it's only available through you guys. Okay?
One last, the reps that are already in the team and according to their sponsors,
Yes.
right? How the commission is distributed in that case? Is this a brand new start?
No, no.
So
It will be 2 new article numbers in our price list.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
That's it. So it will not alter the structure. You don't need to grandfather anything or whatsoever. You know, you can decide on your own if you want to jump on this tomorrow. You can do that within the structure you already established, with the position you have, everything. There's nothing new. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's easy.
Yeah.
So then it's even more encouraging for them to buy PMF now.
Yeah, and it's definitely more encouraging to reach a good position when this comes out, because you highly benefit from this. Because you will attract a lot of new direct people, and you know how the compensation plan works. You know, the further the distance between you and your new people, the higher the commission you earn on that, which is quite fair. You know, so we will not change anything, we will just add it as a product. Huh? Okay, well.
You don't have any sample reports yet or anything like that?
No, but some of the people here, you didn't figure that out, but they did already their tests, which we use for the validation study, and they will get their reports, and they will be out in a couple of weeks. Yeah.
I don't see how you configure the microRNA today.
Yeah.
You haven't done that yet. You just told us about the SNP test, but I don't know about the repeat RNA test.
What do you mean the repeat?
If you're looking for inflammatory markers, are you going to check them repeatedly? You mentioned something about that.
We check it once.
Yeah.
You know, but you can, if you want, you can decide. For example, if you have a practice or if you have a clinic,
Yeah.
then you can encourage your clients
Yeah.
for your benefit as a therapist,
Yeah.
maybe to do a follow-up test and then check about how the intervention had already an impact on their results.
It would be interesting to see what those markers.
Yeah,
Those.
I don't.
But I'm interested in what are you exactly looking at?
Yeah, well, like I said, everything will be in the reporting. We will be very transparent as always. We will not come up with some hocus pocus stuff. We will definitely deliver what the laboratory measures, and we will make it available for the people.
All right.
Definitely. So this is the future of medicine, we think, and also, you know, the vision with PEMF is exactly the same. You know, like imagine that based on this knowledge we collect now and the experience with that kind of stuff, why not having the possibility to find microRNAs which we can combine with PEMF technology and then tailor applications towards analysis. This is my vision for PEMF for the next 10 years. Because then when we know how your gene expression works, and once we know with which kind of frequencies, with which kind of intensities, with which kind of durations we could hit you in the best possible way, then we don't need an iGuide anymore. Then we don't even need a FASTA program anymore. Then we just need a computer which spits out the personalized application for you according to how your genome reacts on it. And that's the idea. That's the vision for the next 10 years. And that would apply to anything, to food. You know, I'm for sure there are hundreds of microRNAs which are responsible for controlling the genes which are responsible for the food intake. So if we figure out how they're going to work, well, we can tell you exactly what you should eat to make your genetics work at its best level. And maybe suddenly diets become very effective because maybe it just didn't work because there was one or two things which you shouldn't take, but you took it. Even if it doesn't make you obese, but it doesn't fit to your genetic expression. That's the idea. So that's pretty cool stuff.
Can we, existing reps can start their test now or
No,
no?
not yet. No. Like I said, give me time to do the validation. And once this is done, we can start with the buccal swab. We cannot do this right now because we have no validation yet. And I want to do it step by step, you know. But the good thing is also because the pricing is on commission. So if you are a 6G and want to do it on your own, you get it almost for half the price. Okay, I repeat the question, okay? He's asking about the finger sensor with the IMRS prime. You know, this little gadget which you put on, and then it shows you all kinds of measurings, and it shows you your SpO2, and it also picks up your heart rate. So what's behind that? First of all, the little gadget is called a so-called, very difficult word, photoplethysmographic sensor. So it's actually a light-sensitive sensor which emits a red light. There are actually, in this sensor we supply, there are two diodes built in, one on top and one at the bottom. That's why we are able to show you two different values. In our case, it's SpO2 and the heart rate. The SpO2 is only for your information. We don't do anything with the SpO2, just to display it. So we don't utilize this biomarker for anything. We display it because we measure it, because it's a two-way sensor. But it's more, it's 100% informational, right? So that's it, nothing else. The other value is the heart rate. So we pick up your pulse rate or your heart rate because we need that in order to calculate the so-called heart rate variability, HRV, which is a quite known and classified and medically approved parameter, widely used also in classical medicine, and which this biomarker, this value, gives you an idea about the situation and the reaction of your autonomic nervous system. So in other words, whether you are more stressed or whether you are more calm and peaceful and relaxed. And our idea was, if we can measure the HRV during an application, and we can evaluate the heart rate variability with a certain number, then we can compare these numbers, if we measure this every minute, and see whether your autonomic nervous system gets more stressed or less stressed when you're exposed to a PEMF signal. Doesn't make sense till now? So by measuring that value, evaluating that value every minute, you know, we get a pretty good picture how you react on that. So if, for example, if after 2-3 minutes you start reacting stressed on the PEMF exposure, the system automatically reduces the intensity level. Okay? Depending always on the numbers. We have numbers from 1 to 7. The numbers from 1 to 7, they have a purpose because we have 7 intensity jumps in between. We have 8 intensities, sensitive, 10, 25, 50, 100, 150, 200, 400. 8 intensities. So that means we have a maximum of 7 intensity switches in between. And that's why the HRVC, the heart rate variability coefficient, runs between 1 and 7 to make sure that in the worst case you can utilize all 7 intensity jumps, worst case scenario, if you would jump from 1 to 7 and from 7 back to 1. So now you start your application. After 1 minute, the system with the with the finger sensor calculates the first coefficient, let's say a 3. Nothing happens, because that's the benchmark now, the first. And now, another minute, it evaluates it again. If your heart rate variability coefficient goes from 3 to 5, which is 2 steps, the intensity follows 2 steps. From, depending on which basic intensity you set it, let's say you put it on 10, it will go from 10 to 50.
So it's important to start at a relatively relaxed level.
I always say it would be more important to start at a medium intensity, so that based on what the result is, it can go both ways. It can go lower or higher. And then after, let's say, another minute, we get the next value. Let's say it's not 5, it's 4. Before it was 5. So what will the system do? It will go 1 intensity step lower. And then it will, after 1 minute, measure again. If it goes to, let's say, 1, it will go 3 steps down, and so on and so on. And at the end of the application, you have this interesting graphics, which looks like a skyscrapers.
Yeah.
You know, and it shows you nothing else than the jumps of the intensity. Which, by the way, the graph doesn't tell anything about your health state. It just tells you how nicely the intensity levels followed the calculated HRV coefficient. And in simple terms, this is the autopilot of PEMF. Because it follows your autonomic reaction every minute and adjusts the intensity. And that's what it does.
So you'd be wiser to use that rather than flatline it right across.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. Okay.
So you can, you can basically, at the end of the treatment, you can see how low or how high your heart rate went.
The heart rate variability.
Well, heart rate variability, can you actually have a look on the graph of that number, which was 1 and 7?
Yep.
Where is the graph? Because I never, you know, when I'm doing
It's on the x-axis. It says 1 to 7. But you can even go a step further, because the system is so intelligent, it records every application and it creates a file. And this file you can download out of your Imaris Prime, and then you can upload it. We made the data compatible with the best HRV validation system right now, which is used in 80% of all HRV studies, which is a Finnish company. It's Kubios. And you can upload the data to Kubios, and then you get the whole analysis. But that's only for advanced use.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's cool stuff.
So that component go with every...
Yes, with every prime system, not with the Omnium, not with the Android-based system, the tablet.
Oh, okay.
But the Imaris Prime, with any, it doesn't matter if it's an expert or a hybrid or whatsoever, you can use it with that.
Okay.
And whenever you touch the sensor, it will automatically detect it and will enable the function. Wait. Okay.
I reside in Mexico, so I'm taking the business to Mexico. With the new Nutrigen product, how do you have a solution on how to fulfill the logistics of that, being in a country of that caliber?
Yeah, you know, every country is a challenge when it comes to
An
regulation.
opportunity.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Believe me.
Yeah.
Of course, it's an opportunity. But for example, there are reasons why we are not in certain countries, because the thresholds are just so high in terms of regulation,
Right.
in terms of customs. You know, I think customs, based on several experiences we had with Mexico, is quite a lottery.
Okay. It is, yeah.
Because it depends who is taking your who's doing your clearance.
Yes.
That could be frustrating and also sometimes very expensive.
Okay.
So that's quite unpredictable, and you have to look at every country individually, because we have countries we have close to no problems, and we have countries we have huge challenges. Which takes a lot of efforts to fulfill them, and it's not getting better, you know. So that's why we are not so keen to spread out so quickly, because it comes with a lot of challenges,
Okay.
and we can only solve one at a time. And we are still a quite small company. Don't forget that. You know, we are not Siemens. We are not Pfizer. We are still quite small, and so my vision or my idea was always to strengthen the markets we already in, because we have still so much potential. In Canada, I mean, believe me, 99% of the Canadian population has no PEMF device yet. So there we have quite a lot of work in front of our doors. and it's rather more fruitful to do that because it's less efforts. I know it's always exciting to go to a new country, to open something new, but one at a time, you know, so it's quite challenging. And Mexico is not really stable when it comes to this, especially with medical devices.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Okay. Chris, here's the microphone here.
Yeah. It was good to have the microphone and I don't have to
hear
it. Yes.
So, because I'm not too bright, you know, they usually keep complicated things away from me. But when I first got it, there was mixed consensus in my little group on whether a simple thing like, do you keep your eyes open when the goggles are gone, or do you close them? And what is it like?
Well, if you want to go on a nice trip and don't,
yeah, well,
and if you cannot swallow mushrooms, then you keep your eyes open.
I got a bunch of dumb stuff.
Those are the people, you know, when you meet them on the street, it's like, hello. No, brainwave entrainment. Okay, that's the goggles here. You have to close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay, because your eye nerve is sensitive enough to get the flicker frequencies and the colors through a closed eye.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you know, and you know the kind of people who should use brainwave entrainment. You don't know them? I tell you, brainwave entrainment. The idea is to create hemispherical synchronization. So it means synchronizing the left and the right side of the brain. So, whenever there is nothing left on the right side of your brain, and there is nothing right on the left side of your brain, then you need brainwave entrainment. Okay, remember that. And then it will nicely align this and synchronize, and everything will be fine again. Okay?
Yeah. So
But close your eyes.
Thank you. So the second part of my question here is like with the earphones and that. Like here you've got this very expensive, synchronized, thought out instrument, and then you want to play music on it? Like what the hell's the matter with you? Like you want to take full advantage of any therapeutic design that you have in it. And part of that therapeutic design is pulsing and all that, right?
Yeah.
So you really want to try and listen to that.
Yeah, you want that, but there are some people, they cannot take the tones, and if you overlay music, they can take it.
Oh,
And that's why we did it. Probably not designed for you, but you are not obliged to use music.
Okay.
You can also turn the music off.
Yeah.
You're not even obliged to upload music. The tones are coming from the system. By the way, the tones coming out of that system for brainwave entrainment, they are not coming from a music file. They are generated in the system. Just that you know. There is a generator, the same way like the pulse generator for the waveforms. We generate the tones with a generator, so it's not coming from a sound file.
I thought there was more to it. I had a sense.
No, there is a lot to it, you know. But even if you overlay music, it will not change the efficiency. It will just make it a little bit more pleasant for people who are said, you know how many people call us and say, my system is not working properly. I have these weird tones in the earphone. Where. I said, well, that's on purpose. That's what brainwave entrainment, audiovisual brainwave entrainment is about. Oh, I didn't know about that. Sorry. Huh?
So the sounds and the music are personalized based on the reaction of the autonomic nervous system?
The tones, yes. But the music is just... It's just for you to receive that under circumstances more pleasant.
Not solfeggio frequencies and...
The music not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, not yet. The solfeggio.
Very good.
Yeah. But you can upload solfeggio music if you want. For example, my wife Veronica does that. She always listens. She does the solfeggio program, the FASTA program, from coming out of PEMF. You know that we have that built in, right? You didn't know that, right?
No.
Well, we have, this is the only system in the world with contains of a FASTA program with all 9 solfeggio frequencies, and you get it via PEMF. It's an 18-minute fast start program. Each of the 9 frequencies, you get it one after the other for 2 minutes.
I have a question.
I thought so.
Okay. I never can answer this. Oh, I'm already loud enough. But
No, but we have to record it. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I have scoliosis and I have Harrington rods in my spine. I was wondering, would the mat interfere or do anything in relation to that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. What are the contraindications of PMF? Well, anything metal inside you does not interfere with our systems, so that's not a contraindication at all. So whether you have a knee replacement, a hip replacement, you could tell something about that, then it's not only a good to go, it's a you should do it to go, because it helps you a lot to make, first of all, to grow the tap fast into your system, the total endoprothesis, and it's very helpful and it's not a contraindication. So is not any metal. Contraindication number 1 is pacemaker, by law, still. Even if our system will not interfere with the modern pacemaker, but if something would instantly happen, it would be a liability problem. The second is pregnancy, by law. I would have no problem to put any becoming mother on a PMF device, because I already accompanied a lot of PMF, happy PMF babies, but it's a contraindication by law. So it's your decision whether you want to do it or not. And the third contraindication is epilepsy. Those are the 3. And you will find usually these contraindications when you start your system, because they will appear on the screen, because they have to legally appear on the screen. So those are the 3 contraindications. Other than that, it's a good to go.
Why would epilepsy be a contraindication?
It was always. It's a contraindication by compliance.
Okay, it's not got anything to do
No,
with the flickering
no.
lights in the goggles or anything like
No.
that. I have a question.
Yeah.
I can talk loudly. I have a rep who's been using some of the new programs.
Yes.
And the far infrared goes up to like 80%, and she said it's really personally quite hot, almost scalding. Is that just because she's sensitive, or is that a
No. Thank you for that question. And because Katie wanted to ask me this question a couple of minutes ago in private, and I said bring it up because I think that's very interesting for everybody. Indeed, the temperatures, the preset temperatures within the FASTA programs, which I designed, they are quite high from time to time, and we got reports also from other parts of the world. Interestingly, we also get it always towards spring and summer.
Okay.
It seems that people have a different feeling towards heat, whereas in the winter they are always good with 80% because they're freezing. But we're gonna react on that. We will come out with a new upgrade soon, where we're gonna lower the intensities for each of the FASTA programs to make the experience a little bit more pleasant. You know, I was a little bit against it because, you know, the far infrared heat has a therapeutic effect, but we also figured out if people are a little bit more cover a little bit more surface of the whole body applicator, then it also, the heat cannot dissipate, and then it becomes quite unpleasant. So we're gonna lower this so that even the people using the FASTA programs, they will feel it more pleasant. And by the way, you can always, and that's also new in the existing upgrade already, when you have a FASTA program, you can manually lower the temperature already. And you will see that when the far infrared mat is attached to the system, and you go into the menus where you see all the FASTA programs, you will get a hexagon where it says FIR, hybrid active or inactive. Once you put the hybrid on active, on the bottom, the little hexagon with the far infrared temperature will show up, and then you can tap on it and you can lower the temperature.
Oh, wow, that's great.
That's possible. But in general, we're gonna react on that and we will lower it a little bit. And isn't that so cool? We have a system now. By the way, the system is programmed and engineered on Windows IoT. So you have a full computer here. It's not a joke, really. And we have the possibility to really change and update and upgrade without investing. And as of now, every upgrade was always free of charge for you guys. So we are the only PMF company where the technology grows with the system without replacing the system. So just be aware of that. That's pretty cool. And if something is not working well, we can always take it off again if we want. Just make sure that whenever you have a system, that you check upgrades from time to time. I found systems, they were not upgraded 2 years ago. You know? And if you go on imrsprime.com, on top there is a support button. When you click on support, it will guide you to a website where it says firmware upgrades. And then you can tap on it, and on the bottom on the right, you always see the most actual version. And if you compare it with the version you have in your system, and it's a lower version you have, then you can download the new version and upload it to your system. And you will benefit from all the upgrades and also from the bug fixes.
The other thing about the Fast Start programs, have you got like a cocktail of things going on in them that you just kind of described?
Yes.
It's not just like putting your system on for 30 minutes,
No.
25 or 50.
No, we have increasing and decreasing intensities. We have different, even the brainwave entrainment is aligned with different colors, with different organ clocks. By the way, since last month, we published a new brochure via the newsletter, which is also available in your back office if you are a representative. And it's a guide about the FASTA programs. And every FASTA programs, including all the patterns we program, are displayed there and are published. And they are all explained for what they are. So download that and read it. Again, it's very transparent. We published everything, every little thing, every little pattern which we're gonna offer for each FASTA program. So did you check it already? It's quite self-explaining, you know.
So in reference to the eye guide, because for some strange reason I seem to be subjected to traumatic injuries and stuff, which are...
Yeah, but the eye guide is self-explaining.
The eye guide is self-explaining.
Yeah, because you look for a certain condition, you choose the applicator and you press start.
But you said you're eliminating the eye guide?
Yeah, we think about we don't see the necessity anymore. You know?
It's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
This is what really landed for me years and years ago with the eye guide. It's just a suggestion. There's so many things that the intensity suggested is 10. And you don't have to do all of them at 10 to get the same, right? Like that took a long time to drop.
Yeah, I know. Because we are so driven by the idea cause, problem, solution. Right? But we have to change our thoughts towards a holistic approach. And it's not so much about doing something against your arthritis. It's more about address your body to take care of your arthritis. And this is something we have to understand. And that's why I believe the future is pre-programmed protocols based on the experience we collected from users, based on the scientific approach of it, what we're gonna have, and then, make it more simple. Because we are already getting too complicated again, and then people become insecure, and they don't use the equipment to that extent, with that confidence, versus having 2-3 buttons and confidently know if I press this button, I got what I need. Right? And this is what I'm intending to do. Let other people ask questions, or are you okay?
No, I've got one more.
Okay. So you're not okay. Okay. The next one costs you. Okay. Okay. This is the last for free.
All right. So there is no, in the eye guide, there is no arthritis, and there's also like no prostate issues. Like I'm asked this by other people.
Yeah.
Why? And I just think that why?
I don't know if there is something about, I don't even know. I know there are about 294 conditions.
There's bedwetting.
Yeah, maybe if there is a condition not mentioned, maybe we didn't collect enough empiric data to make a suggestion. That's the idea, because the eye guide is not a result of a list which we got from a scientist telling us that for this particular thing we just didn't collect enough empiric data to be able to make a proper suggestion. That's it. Huh?
Okay, my second question. So I'm a personal trainer and I have a client. He plays basketball. Recently, he got a tendon tear in his knee and he was told not to play basketball for 1 year and to keep his legs straight. He did went on the mat once and he got really sick after and he's really scared to go on it again. So my question is, would this help increase the healing process for him? And why did he get so sick? I know there's detoxification involved, but he also mentioned that he fainted. So now I'm trying to convince him to go back on it again.
What did he fake?
He fainted, like he fainted the day after.
Because of the mat?
I don't know if it's because of the mat. But that's why I'm asking this question. Can it be related?
First
in
of all,
any way?
if he uses on his acute injury, his healing process will be shortened by 50%.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm going to tell him that. Okay.
Second, he seems to have a serious problem with his entire organism, because if he goes on a PEMF mat and he creates this reaction, the mat tells him something is wrong with you.
Oh, really good.
So this needs to be investigated, but it's not causing by the mat. The mat just brings it to the surface because there is something, dramatically wrong with this guy.
Okay, it's probably all the processed food is eating.
I don't know. Well, playing basketball and eating processed food doesn't fit together anyway. Okay. Who has a question?
Yeah, I have a questions. What about for the client who have a Parkinson's disease?
Yeah.
And it's allowed her to use?
Yes. The interesting story about PEMF and Parkinson, there is a quite good scientific background on this. And what's also interesting is there was a scientist, his name was Sandick. He did a lot of studies with Parkinson patients and PEMF. And the very interesting thing about his studies he did is that he had the best results with Parkinson patients with very, very low intensities. Even in the picotesla range.
Sensitive, like 25?
Yeah, no, sensitive. That's why we have the sensitive intensity. The sensitive intensity, I also call it the homeopathic intensity, is about 10 times lower than intensity 10. And this is specifically for certain indications where we know that science tells us that intensities, very low intensities, show the best results. And we see that with Parkinson patients, we see that with patients suffering from multiple sclerosis, where these kind of low intensities show good results. And of course, also people suffering from EMS, electromagnetic sensitivity syndrome. Mostly people who were exposed to electromagnetic fields because they worked with that, electricians, people working on the power lines, people exposed to an extensive amount of electromagnetic radiation. And those people, they already so desensitized that if you apply a high intensity, they would create an adverse reaction. And in order to make them sensible again for electromagnetic fields, you need to build up this sensitivity. And you do this with very, very, very low intensities. And that's why we have these incentives.
Another one. I have two clients. They are born with the kind of no walking business, like 2 feet like this. They have a hip replacement with a metal. So should I use that?
Yes, absolutely.
But they already have metal here.
It doesn't matter. No, there is no correlation, there is no contraindication, and there is no changing effects, nothing. If you can use it, you should use it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Last question, I'm sorry. Okay, my PMF for the brain, but I don't hear any noise. So how, do I have to adjust the machine, or do I have to?
Yes, if you don't hear any noise, first of all, you need to plug in the headphones. And if the headphones are plugged in, you need to look that the volume is up and that the tone button is activated in the brainwave menu.
Oh, okay. So
If probably the tone button is on red, and then the system will not create any tones. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Wait. Manjin. Right. Wait.
Hold it up, yeah.
Will repeat PMF improve heart rate variability in the long term?
Yes. A clear yes. Very simple answer.
All right, thank you.
If I'm going to treat somebody with glaucoma, what do you suggest? Whole mouth or just use the spot on their eyes?
I would always use the whole body mat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Better results. Because who knows what was the cause of it? You know? So if it's a systematic cause, it's always good to use the whole body mat because you would address the information to the entire system. Which is probably holistically a better idea. So you will, in my opinion, you will create more improvement by using the whole body mat. I would use the local applicators really if you have injuries, bruises, broken bones, also chronic diseases like arthritis, cartilage problems, ligament problems, tennis elbows, golf elbows, whatever. This is always good to use a local applicator after a whole body application. I know some people misuse the split mode already. They put the whole body mat on the left side and they put the spot on the right side because they want to save time. With the whole body mat, not a good idea because you mix up two different waveforms. You have the square wave and the sawtooth. And usually when two waveforms meet each other, which are not aligned, then they create chaos. They create a noise. And this will interrupt with the therapeutic signal. What you can do if you want to utilize the split mode, you could probably use on the left side, plug in on the left side your spot, use it on your neck, and on the right side you plug in the pillow and use it on your legs. Because then the two applicators are far away from each other to interfere.
How far apart?
Maybe I would say, depend a little bit on the intensity, but maybe a foot. Yeah. That's why two local applicators in different parts of your body, it's good, but a whole body application with an additional local application with split mode at the same time is counterproductive. It's not good.
So just another quick question about Raynaud's. I'm treating myself for Raynaud's. And
what do you want to hear? The super protocol for Raynaud?
No, I used the spot, but then at night I woke up, I was jerking all night, so then I rest.
Yeah, but then maybe you used it with a high intensity, too high intensity.
No, I just went on the eye guide.
Yeah, but then look, because still when you turn it on, the eye guide will show you with intensity it's used, and maybe the eye guide doesn't work, especially for you, so go lower a little bit. Because the problem is, the more chronic something is, if you apply it with too high intensities, you may cause healing reactions, so-called Herxheimer effects. Yeah, and hydration is important. So just go a little bit lower with the intensity, and it's gonna work. Yeah. Dale, you don't need to go to the gym, huh?
Just a couple of questions from a rep.
Yeah.
She works with medicine, so she's asking, does longer time on the mat support regulating the nervous system? Wondering if longer than a 20-minute session, like an hour.
Yeah, probably. You see, that's the thing with these FASTA programs. You know, by combining certain protocols together with a longer duration, which we start doing now, because all FASTA programs prior to the release of cell training and longevity, they were max 24 minutes. And now we start cell training with 40 minutes because we add, for example, the whole solfeggio scale, which is 18 minutes. Now, 42 minutes, I think, yeah. And 52 minutes is even more comprehensive and contains of more combinations of single protocols. And the idea is, for example, to cover probably also these questions and answer it with a good application protocol, having the idea that if you apply a combination of proven protocols and just put them together in one single FASTA program, that will probably address the answer of this question.
Yeah, she had a similar question about why the preset programs are 24 up to 50 when you've always said 8 minutes. And I think she's getting her answer in the combination. You can't get the same kind of customization of a program.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes, for example, the sleep program, which lasts about 24 minutes, we just figure out if you don't do it 8 minutes, but instead 24 minutes, you just calm down the body much more and prepare it easier for sleep. And you need these extra 16 minutes to get the body into that stage. 8 minutes would not be enough, even on the lowest settings. So you need to penetrate longer, but with a lower intensity. And we have programs where the intensity is fluctuating. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. You know, that all has a purpose. And like I said, if you want to find out about the patterns, download the brochure, the guide of the FASTA programs, and it will be explained which patterns we are using in terms of intensity, duration, organ clock, hexagon sense, color during the application, and it will give you an idea what we're going to do with it. Another question from a rep?
I think that was everything. She just said, with committed daily use on the mat twice a day, can you name some of the benefits that I may feel? And I went through a whole list of, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That's it.
Thanks.
Okay. Dale, still okay? Need some water?
This question is for my mom. She
say hi to your mom.
Because she don't know English, because my programs in English. I just said it for her. I say, just you go on it, lay on it, put your eye in it.
The goggles on it.
That's it. And you know what
don't forget to turn it on, huh?
You know what she does?
What she does?
She spent 2 hours.
Okay.
And then she put up to 200.
But 2 hours is not possible.
And then first
because
week,
the timer goes max to 60 minutes.
No, but for the intestine for 200.
Yeah.
That's too high, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then first week she say, okay, that's not too bad, I feel better. But now she's been used for 2 months, maybe she doesn't know how to use the program. And she say, this is not working. Is it over too much for her?
Well, what is it? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Who told you to do that? Who told her to do that?
She thinks it's more hour is better for her.
You see?
She have a diabetes.
She should come today to our day, and she would not have this impression anymore.
Because I don't know how the program.
That's why we have the FASTA programs for that. Because the terms on the FASTA program are pretty self-explaining.
So
you want
right
to activate,
now she's refused to use.
You want to balance? Yeah. No, just use it. And by the way, the entire menu, do you have the IMRS Prime? Is in Chinese language. You can change it.
But I have 2 different.
Yeah, the other one too. They are both in Chinese.
I don't know how to
needs,
set.
yeah, but somebody needs to show you this.
Yeah, I know.
The person who introduced you to the system should be capable of showing you how to switch the language.
I don't know how.
We can go there. I can show it to you now in 5 seconds.
Oh,
Huh?
okay.
And then maybe your mom will also be able to use the system if the system talks to her in the language she understands.
She said useless, and I say, wow.
Yeah. Well, the system is not useless, but you know, if you don't use it properly, it's pretty useless. Yes.
Yeah, I have to learn how to do it. See them. Okay, great.
You have a question, Veronica? What is the question? Okay. You will ask me later, okay?
How many times a day should you use it? Like ideally once in the morning, once.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, ideally every 6 hours, because you have 4 built-in organ clocks. The day has 24 hours, also in Canada, not only in Europe, right? So 4 organ clocks divided by 24 hours is 6, right? Yeah. So if you do it every 6 hours, you would get all 4 organ clocks. You would get the whole frequency spectrum of what the system is capable of putting out. And you would probably be a rocket. But daily life doesn't allow us. That's why I always say it's always good to have at least the morning and the evening session. And again, the fast start programs, we are capable of changing the organ clocks, which also happens already in the system. So this is the evolution of PMF, and this is where we want to go.
So
you know,
like midnight to 6, 6 to noon, noon to 6 p.m.
Yeah, that's the 6 hour. That's the 6 hour cycle.
See, but sort of people who want to sleep 8 hours, you need a timer on there.
Yes, exactly.
I was going to ask the same question, but I noticed on the presets, like for a regenerate, I think it's got evening clock.
Exactly.
So if I have it in the morning, it's set for evening.
That it doesn't matter, because the evening was just a word how we're going to differentiate the 4 organ clocks. What's behind the evening is it's just a lower carrier frequency. You understand what I mean?
Right, but when I put the preset on in the morning, it doesn't set for morning, it says evening on it.
Exactly. Because
What's your clock set for though? You set your
no. Again, the fast start programs are not controlled by the time of the day. They are that's on purpose that it shows the evening, because the evening in the IMRS prime and in the Omni 1 is attached to a lower frequency. And if we do regeneration, we want to get lower frequencies. And it has nothing to do that evening you can do only in the evening. It's just how we named the difference of the 4 organ clocks. So don't relate that to that. That's absolutely on purpose. So nothing is wrong with your system.
Okay, so you can do regenerate early in the morning.
Exactly. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
For example, if you are a night shifter and you come home and you want to use the IMRS Prime PMF application before you go to bed, you can do regeneration.
Okay.
Yeah. Just one more question.
I was using.
Wait.
I was using morning activation in evening for a while. Not sleep, and then what happened? I wasn't sleeping. My brain was wide awake. So.
Well, if you do activation in the evening, your brain
I
becomes
didn't sleep.
Yeah, but
activation in the morning, sleep at night.
Yeah, and you couldn't sleep.
No, my brain was wide awake.
Well, you did it. You did the sleep program.
Yeah.
The faster program sleep. And
the fast program, the sleep.
Well, yeah, I'm asking you. I want to know what you really did. You said you do activation program in the morning, and in the evening you use the faster program sleep, and you couldn't sleep.
Yeah, for a while I was sleeping well at the beginning, but later on, like 2 weeks after, my brain was wide awake, and then I stopped.
Maybe you were too. But why? But that's normal. We are not every day every day. You know, it's not like we can force our body to always follow what we would like to do. Yeah. You know, And who knows what you experience during these days? You know, sometimes we are tired like crazy, but we cannot fall asleep because we are just too distracted. Our brain cannot shut down. Did you try the goggles with it?
Yes, I did. And then
But you didn't close
I
your
took a
eyes.
break. I have to stop because I was like, my brain just like, I could feel the waves going.
Yeah. If something goes wrong in energy medicine, never stop. You have to move on. You have to go over that threshold. You know, the people tell me, I cannot deal with this flashing lights. Of course, because we are not used to it. So we have to give a chance to our body to get used to it. And I promise you, after 10, 15 applications, your body get used to it, and it can flicker as it wants. You're gonna fall asleep because your body get used to it, and you benefit from it. But just don't stop it. You know, it's not necessary. Okay, one more question.
The pad, we leave that plugged in 24/7?
Pardon?
The pad, can we leave it plugged in 24/7?
Yeah, no problem. No, it's not necessary. You know, yeah, the good thing is the battery is always charged, so whenever you want to use it off the wall, you can do it. Because when the battery is charged, it doesn't put load on the battery. So that's fine. Tusha? Wait. Dale, you're too slow.
I know.
Come on.
In the fast start programs that you have, I was wondering if you would ever come up with a different frequency. It's called ohm frequency 136.1. If that would be something really cool that we can
write me an email, easy peasy.
Okay.
Yeah. What we always do, you can always share your ideas, because what I usually do, I have a file where I collect all these ideas, and every six months I'm going to do an evaluation. You know what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and usually I put that together into a design file, and then I present it to the engineers. And then they tell me, are you nuts, or yes, it's good to go. This is the way how it works in our company. So whenever you have an idea, what you would like to do, you feel free to present it. You know, we are happy about any feedback we get. You know, like the FASTA programs with the temperatures. You know, the cool thing is we can react on that, because the system can learn from this, and we can use firmware changes, and that's why address it, and we will take a look. We also have to make sure that it makes sense, that we don't create any interference with what we have. But I like the idea of, you know, increasing the amount of FASTA programs versus becoming too complicated with iGuide and condition-based and stuff like that. And the more I talk about and the more feedback I get from you, the more convinced I feel that this is the route we should go.
Especially for older people.
Exactly. Thank you, Ifak. Exactly.
One of the problems I found with the iGuide, I have a friend who went over with Parkinson's, and the iGuide doesn't tell me where to put the pad. You know, like with Parkinson's, I couldn't figure out where. I put them on the full body mat.
Yeah.
Where do you put spot pads on?
Well, usually the local applicator is towards, for example, when they have when they shake.
Yeah.
You know, not every Parkinson patient has shaking. You know, but
my friend does.
Yeah. So you know that I would recommend, for example, to do a full body application. And after that, just put the pillow underneath the feet. Yeah. Because whenever you put a local applicator towards the palm of your hands or your feet, you more or less do a electromagnetic acupuncture, because that's where your meridians are. So you still create a holistic effect versus to put it somewhere on your body.
Okay, I was going to try that. I actually thought about the pillow pad. I thought, what if I put that on the floor and put my feet on it?
Exactly.
You sit there all day like
Yeah.
Right?
That's
reflexology,
that's electromagnetic
right? So-
acupuncture. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Okay.
And the same with your hands. If you want to treat your knees with a pad, I would always sit down, would put the pad on the knees, and would put the palm of the hands on the pad. Because you give yourself a very nice electromagnetic acupuncture through the meridians of the palm of your hands. Makes sense, right? Okay, you're welcome. Okay. One last question. Okay.
Are you kidding, Jar?
Yeah. 5 Canadian. You owe me 5 Canadian.
No problem. Can you make the mat about 6 inches longer? Because like either my head's off it or my feet are off it.
Well, it's not necessary because the signal goes about 1 feet in any direction anyway. You know, the problem why we cannot do this, you will laugh about this, but it's a logistic problem. Because if we make the applicators longer or wider than they are now, this would probably cost about $20 to $30 more in logistics for each route we put the system on. Don't forget that. You know, the systems, the parts of the system, they travel a lot before they finally end up in the hands of the consumers. And logistic is a factor nowadays.
So just center yourself on.
Yeah, that's it. But it's not necessary because the emission of the pulsed electromagnetic energy goes beyond the applicator edges anyway.
Well, then with that idea, with the bed so close together, is that an issue there?
No, it's far away.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. Do you see any issues here? Look how calm they lie.
Yeah.
Huh? They don't. It doesn't look like that they interfere with each other. Okay. Well. Boom. What can I say? This Vancouver group is always amazing. I must really give you so much credit, even for the many questions. No, a joke. It's great, really. You guys are so. I don't know. I talk the whole day and I still have energy. I could go skiing with you right now, really, because you make it so easy for me, you know, to get the best out of myself. I hope you felt that today, that with how much pleasure I'm here and you know how heartwarming this is to meet you guys and to share all the wisdom which we share by also asking very valuable questions. And yeah, this is always something really special here. You know, I have to tell you, and that's why I'm looking forward coming back in the fall. For sure, we will do a meeting in October, hopefully with some cool new news about what's going on, and yeah, that's something special here, really. I don't know.
You can't wait to get out of here.
No.
You're letting it go. What a bunch of idiots.
No. I would tell you that. Believe me, you know. I have 30 years of life experience. You know, if I don't like something, I'm gonna address it. You know, so don't worry. No, it's really cool. I hope you had a blast as well, and your time was worthwhile on this quite nasty Sunday outside. So I think tomorrow is the game, the final game, Edmonton, Vancouver. I hope the German guy will not make the difference. Leon Draisaitl, you know, pretty good player, right? You're probably afraid of him. But like I said, I'm a Panthers fan, so may the best win. We're heading to Portland tomorrow for the next stop, for the next bus stop. It's so funny, you know, I was coming here in the morning and then I opened my mobile phone and then I got the message that the flight is already open for check-in, the next flight. So that's so funny, you know, when you go somewhere and it always reminds you of what's happened next day with the flight. So that was really funny. Other than that, stay healthy, you know, stay alerted. ask questions, don't take everything for granted. We learned that today because the world is not so nice as we always think, but we can change a lot and make it better for us if we not stop educating ourselves, and I think that makes the huge difference. Thanks for being with me, with Veronica, with us today. Thanks for the kind words today to all the 6G leaders. Thanks to Dale for his tremendous efforts to make this happen. What nobody knows, I mean, we are constantly communicating about this event, I think since 4 or 5 months already.
Did you install a PEMF in this guy?
Yeah, he's, you know, but he's a guy you can rely on. And this is something really nice also for me, because I cannot organize this event remotely. We need guys like him to get us together. And that's a huge effort, you know, and you do it with peace, with professionalism, with pride and with loyalty, and I thank you for that. Thank you, Dave, really. And I dedicate this lecture to Sabine.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay? I didn't want to address it today. You can probably imagine that was quite tough, losing Ellie and Sabine. The two people who were the pillars of Swiss Bionic Canada, and especially with Sabine at the end, it was quite tough. I knew about her story since 3 years, and she didn't want me to tell it to anybody, but she was suffering badly. Since many years, we tried a lot with her to get her back on track. We sent her to Germany for cancer therapies and stuff like that. She had a blast after 1.5 years. Everything became really, really good again. And then the worst message reached us. I think it was 29th of February. Veronica, right? 29th of February, Sabine called us, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the message was, Wolfie, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna die. So she knew it at the time, but she had no regrets. She told me, I experienced the marriage of my 2 daughters. I saw my grandchildren. I had a great life, so I'm ready to leave. I just tell you how it was, you know. And she didn't want to suffer at home, so we found she found with her family a really good hospice in the Toronto area, where she spent her last 14 or 16 days. And the day before she passed away, which was, I think, April 1st, we had a chat over Skype still, and she was still positive. And on the next days, she was not in this world anymore. So that was quite tough, but I just want to share this with you and dedicate this lecture to her, because she helped us a lot, and also you guys over the years, to become a loyal and strong member of Swiss Bionic Solutions. And yeah, she was just an excellent person to work with, and a wonderful lady, and we will miss her. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you.